See if this works. Having the two channels is a thing, though. I gotta switch the OBS every. And it's not like super difficult, but it's not as streamlined as you would like it. Five? 40 seconds, 45 seconds of lag. On screen. All right. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Do it live.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weirdness going on with the having the two YouTube accounts. I got to figure that out. I got to do a better job there because it's like it's a little bit tricky. Hey MZ, hey Burso. MZ's got the new purple badge. I love it. Month number 3. That's fantastic. We're gonna see some purple badges. Burso's got the black and white. That's the classic. Gotta love it. All right. How you doing today, son?
Another beautiful day.
Another beautiful day. Yeah, we're soaking up the Pal World. We're putting a lot of hours into Pal World. Hasn't turned into content quite yet, although we've got some plans. So you should be seeing some videos in the next, hopefully 24 hours. But today is Tuesday, and Tuesday means takeovers. So I'm excited for today. It's always a good day, Tuesday. I enjoy Tuesdays. Hello, Joshua Lynch, Richard Clifton, good morning. Good to see everybody. And yeah, I'm going to fire up some takeovers today. I'm going to give it a little bit and let people trickle in before I give the announcement. So I'm on my HH Challenge account right here. I'm doing all right. I'll give a little update here at the top of the Takeover Tuesday. So I've got my second 6-star. You can see this is Athel. Now I can farm 12-3 Brutal. Fairly consistency. She doesn't lose very often. Yeah, I mean, it was such a bad call to do Rathalos first as my first 6-star. But the great news is she's 60. She's full masteries. Rathalos is 60, full masteries. I've got 2 more 50s. I just did my 2 supports. So I've got Apothecary and Melga, Steel Girdle, as my 50s. And they're not quite up to level 50 yet, but they are 5-star. I'll show you right now. So if we jump into champions, you can see I've got my Apothecary at 43, my Melga at 40, and we're getting there. We're getting there. Mastery's done the old-fashioned way. There we go. Like that. And yeah, so that's what's happening right now. But there are some other considerations, some other things in the works. You can see all of the shards I've got saved here. I'm getting another sacred shard soon. I just have to finish Brutal Campaign. I have the 3-star Brutal Campaign, which is almost done, actually. If we look, here's Brutal Campaign. You can see all the stars. Everything is 3-starred except Chapter 12. And I'm just working on that. I guess I could do that now. So that should give me a second sacred shard. I've got tons of ancient shards. I don't have a ton of silver. Right? Farming dungeons is a little bit tricky because I'm doing like stage 10s right now. So what I'm trying to do in the next 2 days before the fusion launches is get all of my team to 50 at least, right? Get them up to 50, get them masteried as far as we can go. And hopefully with the 260s and 350s, I can maybe farm stage 16 in dungeons. I think I might be able to do that. I might have to upgrade some gear, wait for an artifact enhancement event. So the goal would be to do one artifact enhancement event. I think I can muster the 15 to 20 million silver necessary for that. We're going to have to look at the schedule and when the schedule launches. And if I can muster the silver for one artifact enhancement event, probably the second one, maybe the third one, because you could do the dungeon tournaments in advance of that. Then I think we might be able to do the fusion. Should be able to do the summon rush. To do the champion chase and the summon rush could be really hard, but I don't think I can do 3 artifact enhancement events. So we'll have to see. I've put sort of all my eggs in this basket at this point because I've been so far behind. We have, I think, 2 more days or 3 more days in the month, the first month of the challenge. So once that ends, once we get High Katoon, the next day they do the monthly scores. And I've been doing okay. I've been catching up a little bit, but I still have to make up some ground. So that's something that's got to happen. Got to make up some ground. But we're getting points right now, except I don't have my optimizer going. Let me get my optimizer going. So you got to report the points. You don't have the optimizer going, it doesn't report the point. But Team YST is in 7th place still, but I've moved up. I've got 1,333 points. Need to do better. I've improved in Clan Boss a little bit, which is good. But let me just finish this off. We'll see if this works. Get my shard, and then we'll start doing some takeovers. So just a reminder, if you haven't done this before, if you are looking for a free takeover, you need to be a member of our Discord community. So you want to go ahead and click the link in the description of this video. Excuse me. Or you can also just look on the main YouTube page. All the links there direct you to all of our community sites. So join the Discord community. You will see in the left-hand column, about 2/3 of the way towards the bottom, a section called the Coaching Corner. In that section, there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. In that channel, there is a message from Sun. You must react to that message. So Coaching Corner, Wheel of Takeover, react to the message. And that looks good for us there. Yeah, there we go. Get our sacred shard. Okay. Once we have the reactions in, what's going to happen is we're going to spin the wheel. Someone will win a takeover. In preparation for you winning, you want to make sure that you have your email address ready for the account that we're going to do the takeover on. And you also want the password. Obviously, if there's 2-factor authentication, we'll have to do that as well. As soon as you win, you want to jump into the Discord section called the Coaching Voice. Sun will give you permissions to do that, and then you can jump into the Coaching Voice section. That way you'll hear me without any lag from the live stream. So you want to mute your live stream so you can hear me directly. Shoot me a DM with your login information. We'll get the process rolling. And then you can also DM me any information about the account, what you want me to try, what you want me to not touch. And that's what we'll do. And then we'll see if we can't help you out a little. That is the whole process. So if you have any questions, let us know. But that is what we do. All right, let's see how I lost my pop-up chat. I had pop-up chat for a while. Now it's gone. Like there. Okay. So let's see. Great Dane, good to see you. Bryce, Thomas, Angelica's in the house. Martha, hello. Caveman, good to see you. John Bibby. Dinky. All right. Got a lot of the familiar faces. Freaky Gamer, Darth Malgus. Hi, hit the like button. That would be very cool. Please do hit the like button. Mr. T2 Sugars, did you have to restart your free-to-play account? I did not. That is the Hell Hades. This is the Hell Hades account, so I didn't have to restart it or anything. I just started on the day everybody started and then instantly got sick and then barely played for 3 weeks and just try to keep pace. But John Hodgson, hello. Anticonda, good to see you. Premier Craft, Ian Godwin. I think I'm saying hello to everybody. I might be saying hello to some people twice. Richard Clifton, Premier Craft, Thomas Hostad, David Grebby, Rudolph Verhoeven. Good to see everybody. MZ says, I am not going for this fusion. That is absolutely... That's great. Don't go for the fusion. Take it off. Take a breather. Get your account straightened out. Don't worry about this fusion. And, you know, play for one in the future. Joshua Lynch says, found why my badge went away for you last week for you. Somehow it logged me into my other YouTube account. So I got charged double for 2 subscriptions and 2 badges. I'm sorry to hear that. That's not on me. That's YouTube doing that. Yeah, that was weird. Sorry about that. You can, you know, do whatever you need to do with the second one. Thanks. I guess thanks for supporting us. Twice as much this month. Sorry about that. They said they needed to stop super raids ahead of the new patch temporarily. Yeah, I think they just had to shut it off so that they could implement it everywhere. So we don't have it for 2 days, and then we'll have it everywhere, hopefully. Be great. I'm excited for that. James Morton. So I pulled Arbiter yesterday on day 92, pulled 2 Sacreds, pulled another Arbiter, and an Underpriest Brogni. Pretty stoked. Never seen the You pulled an Arbiter from a Void Shard then, because Arbiter doesn't come from Sacred. Yeah. But yeah, that kind of hurts, right? It's like you get Arbiter and literally just pull her. That's rough. The good news is you can actually use 2. You could build one for PvP and one for PvE, or you could build both for PvP. One be your main, the other one be sort of your backup. Typically, you only book one, right? If you go with 2 PvP arbiters, you book one and you don't book the other. Likewise, if you went PvP and PvE, you could book them both, or you could just book the PvE one. Paul Martin, I would love to have a takeover, but have to play WoW. Yeah. Sometimes you have to play a certain game. Richard Clifton pulled 2 Duchesses. I would like one. You could send one over here. That would be great. I still don't have my Duchess. All right. So it is 1:30. That's a good time to start the process. So if you have not yet reacted to the Wheel of Takeover, let's do that. We'll give you about 1 more minute. And then we're going to pull and get this first takeover started. Let's see where we are in the Discord. I got a message from Nothorius, who was part of, I think it was Nothorius, who was part of the Team Shadowverse. Yeah, it was Nothorius. So he came up against me in Arena and apparently lost to my defense. He messaged me. Like, sorry, teammate. I don't know why you were attacking me, though. Like, he probably didn't recognize it was me until afterwards. Thanks, Joshua Lynn. Probably. He's like, I ain't mad. I'll support you. Probably my favorite CC. Probably. Maybe not. I like some other guys, too, but maybe. No, I appreciate you being here. And yeah, appreciate the extra support this month. Thank you so much. MZ says, I miss sometimes playing League of Legends. Me too. But some things you can't roll back time. You can't go back to when you were in like season 3 and it was awesome. You know, you just have to be like, all right, I'll play every once in a while. All right. So I think we are ready to go on the wheel of Takeover. Why don't we spin that? Here we go. 45, 60, almost 70. I think we got 69 reactions. I love how the viewers are more on top of the likes than I am. That's great. Thank you so much for all the help, by the way. 67 views, but only 31 likes. Some people need to smack that like button. Yeah, you know, June, I miss a lot of old games. I miss Star Wars Galaxies. I miss the early days of Lord of the Rings Online. I miss Kohan. I don't know if anybody here played Kohan, Araman's Gift, or Immortal Sovereigns. Great RTS from like 2000, maybe 99, something like that. It was so good. So good. Neo Thin One. Wow. Neo. Now, Neo, you've won before, but was it was it since the new year? I don't remember. I think he won prior to the new year, correct?
Correct.
Just a reminder, you can win once every 90 days. So if you've won in the last 90 days, you will not be able to win again, but we did reset for the new year. So if you won in December of 23, you still can win now. Okay, Neo. Wow. Neo is a clanmate. Always cool. And I haven't seen Neo's account in a couple of months. So I'm excited. It'll be fun. Yeah. All right. Do this. You would love to have Brutal Hydra built. You have all your keys. Brutal Hydra. Oh, Neo, buddy. You know how I feel about Hydra. So here is the thing for a takeover like this. Like, I mean, during a live stream where we only have maybe, 90 minutes per account, it's really hard to do a Hydra takeover for a couple of reasons. One is because sometimes, especially if you're doing Brutal or Nightmare, it could take an hour to run that one key. So we'll take a look and we could try to use a key. We could see, how it's going. But you may want to consider some other focus as well, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that whole thing, today. Uh-oh. Oh, Neo. Oh, the red dots. Oh, boy. 3v3. Okay, we can also do 3v3. We will do that. All right, so it's been a minute since I've been on this account, but Neo is advancing rapidly. Level 96 already. Let's check the daily logins. We are just closing in on Scylla the Drakes. So you're going to probably hit 100 by the time you hit Scylla the Drakes, 180 days. It took me 2.5 years to hit level 100, Neo. So you are cruising right along. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. Let's check out the account. Let's check out the roster. Okay, so we have 2 mythics. Lady Mikage, so she's not built yet. Looks like she's booked. She booked in both forms. She is booked in both forms, so you're just getting ready to build her out, I assume. Got to get her masteries. You have Night Queen Crixia, fully booked, fully built. Excellent. Look at that. 6-star, fully awakened, fully ascended. Well, ascended and awakened. Kaimar. That's awesome. 5-star soul on Harima. 5-star soul on Blazar. Very nice. You got your Newt. Leorius, Georgia. Got your Warlord, got your Cardiel, your Siffy. Oh wow, you got your Lydia already. Congrats. That is a quick Lydia. Elva. You got Archer. You got your Krisk. That's fantastic. You got your Mishinaki and your Bad Alcazar. And then you got a bunch of champions down here you got to still think about building out. I'll tell you what, Lady Kimmy, God tier in Doom Tower. Just absolute God tier in Doom Tower. You've also got Nekmothar for Hydra. You've got Archer for Hydra. She is phenomenal for Hydra. You got a second nuke. That's a second nuke, right? Yeah, that's a second. Oh, and that's a second Archer too. Wow. I don't have my first. Gwendolyn the Silent, very nice. You've got Zinogre. Epics are looking good here. Got some really nice epics. Obviously, your Demitha, Deacon. You got Godseeker going. You got a Seeker who looks pretty well built. How fast is he? 187. Is that for a speed tune? You got your Geo, of course. Your Skrank, Mordecai, Skull Crusher, Ugo's good. Allure. You've got the Neldor Rhyme Blade, which is very helpful for Fire Knight Hard. Got a second Deacon built to 60. I love it. I love to see that. That's fantastic. And this one's slightly faster. You do have 2 Man-Eaters, both at 60, but I'm not sure if you're still using Man-Eater if you have Demitha. And it looks like maybe a Demitha speed tune. All right. There's your Cold Heart. Count looks great, Nia. You got all your bases covered. You got all your bases covered. Gintoro, is that your clan boss damage dealer? Using Myth Air clan boss with Gintoro or Geo depending on affinity. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what it looked like. So you have your Eris down here, right? Yeah, there's your Eris. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I see you in the clan, clan boss battles. It looks like you're doing a 2-key Ultra Nightmare right now. You didn't do it today yet, or maybe you were starting on the lower. There you go. Neo 64 million on Nightmare. Oh, you did 76 million. You got your 1 key. Congrats. That's awesome. You got your 1 key with your right there, top of the list, with your Gintoro. So that's fantastic. That is really great. Oh, look at me here. Here I am. 146 million almost on Brutal. Who knows? Okay. So let's take a look at your Hydra teams. Okay. So you're thinking about Brutal. Do you have any? You don't have any teams. You have not built any teams yet. Or you have, but you're not sure about Brutal. Like, what team do you use on hard? What team have you used on hard in the past? There isn't anything preloaded here, so. And I'm not seeing any team. So have you done Hydra at all? Like, or have you just stayed away from it? You're welcome. Your clan boss was the last takeover, was it? Yeah, okay, cool. Did we work on the Demitha speed tune together? You've done Hydra, but only on the first 2 difficulties, and you haven't done this rotation yet. So you've been using Archer for Hex and Provoke, which is, yeah, that's the right call. I don't really know your mythics, which is, I mean, I know Lady Mikage a little bit. I know that that Night Queen Crixie is a cleanse. So Shamil, Mishinaki. Okay. Let's see, because let's look at the rotation. I don't. So the head of is it not the head of Torment? What's the head? The head of Torment. It is the head of Torment. The head of Torment is in rotation. You know, he doesn't start on the board, but at this level, at brutal difficulty, he swaps in relatively frequently. I'm just kind of, the wheels are spinning. I'm just kind of thinking about, you know, all the champions that you have available and who might. All right, so that is a buff strip. And increase the cooldown of enemy skills. So the block debuffs and the cleanse are on the alternate form. Her accuracy is not high enough. So the accuracy for brutal clan boss, I think, is like 325 or something. It's high. Maybe I'm overestimating. Let me check the raid stages tool. All right, so we just go here and choose Hydra Clan boss. Rotation 5. Brutal. 260, 240, 200, 280, 220, 250, but you have to add 50 resistance each head, so you have to add at least 50 accuracy. So yeah, we're looking at like 330 accuracy and a minimum of 250 to affect any head. So we need at least 250 accuracy. So that's something you're going to want to, you know, consider as you're talking about building your team. You know, like you can pick the champions and figure out which champions you think work well together, but then you have to start committing to, you know, to getting the stats that you need on them. Now there are different ways to get the stats. Obviously, like we can run Tahana Rock. I think she has accuracy in all battles. You know, that gives us 70 accuracy. She could also be very good for this rotation, right? Her passive removes 2 random debuffs. Oh, it's 1 random debuff from all allies and then 2 random debuffs from allies under seals. I didn't even know it was conditional. Like, I don't have her. I will never have her. Increase defense. Do you have a mischief tank? Have you built a mischief tank? Crixia gets extra accuracy. Increases champions' accuracy by 1 for every 2 resistance they have. And she has 330 resistance, so she's going to get an extra 160 accuracy. Okay, so she does have enough accuracy. But only in that form, right? Now, I guess that's the debuff form, though. That would make sense. Yeah, that's the buff strip. And then this is all the buffing. So this places a block debuffs buff. Yeah, okay, so that's a buff. Okay. All right, so it could work out. Rima's a really solid damage dealer. Got another provoke. I mean, you have different options, right? Because you have various champions that can buff strip. You have various champions that can provoke. You got various champions that can cleanse. So you got a lot of, you know, like you could use Tahana Rock, but you don't have to because you have other options. Decrease attack. What's her accuracy? 257. So you would have to run her with the aura. No mischief tank yet. Okay. Yuko has the accuracy and a brimstone. Wukong has the accuracy. Absolutely. Cardiel doesn't need accuracy. How fast? 262. Okay. Pretty solid. Does Archer get any extra accuracy from anywhere? Because she doesn't have enough accuracy. Increases accuracy on her. Okay. So if she increases her accuracy by 50%, she's going to have 360-ish accuracy. I mean, you also have Krisk as a provoker. 270 on his accuracy. No increase there. Although he will get, it looks like he'll get some from charged focus. So I feel like Krisk, Archer gets the buff, self buff. Yes. Yeah. So Krisk is really strong in this fight. I don't have a Krisk. I don't have an Archer. I don't have a Tuhanarok. I don't have Crixia. I don't have a Kymar. You know, so we're going to be experimenting today, but we'll have to see. I mean, one of the things we want to try to do if we can, let's see, is can we bring a weekend? See how your Sissia Flame Tongue is working. He's got the accuracy. So you know, Cardiel and Sissia are a duo. A nice little bit of extra damage and healing. We've got Crixia as another cleanser because Cardiel's also the cleanser. Of course, you might want to split them up because he needed to cover hard and normal as well. She's also got a buff strip, right? So that's one thing covered. As for our provokes, we want Archer. Maybe Harima as a backup. And then question is this going to be enough sustain? Do we have an AoE slow? Do we have an AoE slow anywhere? A Hanarok. Oh, Archer has one. Right. Okay. So then the question is, do we want the Inquisitor Shamil for the head once they swap? You know, is this enough sustain with just basically Cardiel? Probably not. I don't think she has any sustain, does she? So Archer has a little bit of sustain, right? Is it just self-sustain or is it sustain for the team? Heals all allies by 10% of their max HP when attacking enemies under Hex. Okay. Might be enough. Kind of an interesting team. We might not need the Harima. We need I'd like to have a backup provoke on a champion somewhere. You know, one of the questions is how much do we spread around these champions? Like, you know, do you just concentrate on getting the best version of a team for this one, you know, this one difficulty level, or do you try to build all three as well? So, all right. Head of Mischief. Head of Suffering, Head of Blight, Head of Decay. I think we're just going to open kind of slowly here. Decrease resistance and a block debuff and all that. Well, let's try that. Okay. All right, now that should make sure we should land all our HP burns. Oh, we missed one, but that was a weak hit. Okay. The Hex out there. That's nice. Oof. Got hit very hard there. Very hard. All right. Do we have our weaken out? We don't. She's going to die. And then we don't really have a reviver. We have a revive on death only. I think. Let's transform here, maybe. Now we'll get the weaken out. I'm not 100% sure which head we should be killing. Yeah, she's not gonna make it through. I'm tempted to do something a little bit different here. We still need a weaken, right? I mean, we can bring in Lydia. That gives us a second speed boost. We could bring in Newt, who's a single target nuke, and he's tanky, so he's less likely to die. Mishinaki's not built, right? So we can't bring her in yet. I mean, we have Skrank. We have a Ruella would give us a backup slow, but also it's a single target weaken. I mean, if we want to go with the AoE weaken, let's stay here. Let's do that. All right. Let's get the weaken out there. The decrease attack, which is very nice. Yeah, and then I'm not really sure. I mean, we do have a Hex. We have an AoE Hex. That'll be a provoke as well. We land the provoke. It is a 2-turn provoke, which is very nice. We want to destroy. We want to destroy defense, maybe. See, I feel like to a certain extent, the Head of Mischief may be the head that you just want to remove. Because even though we have a Hex, dealing with the Head of Mischief can always be tricky, and we have so many buffs, and the buffs are going to get stolen. So the other option is to probably go after the Head of Blight. I would say those are the two most likely targets. Just do that. Watch how much damage Newt does. I love Newt. He's so much fun. Get the slow out there. Very nice. And I think we're good to go. You might not even need the backup provoke, you know, like that might have just been overkill. Archer is so strong. Yeah, and now we just come back around to the provoke. The backup provoke might not be needed. But I mean, Harima's not a waste, right? She deals so much damage. So, and she's got the destroyed defense and stuff. So, you know, we can use her, but you might be able to swap somebody else into that spot and get a little bit more value. And away we go. Now we are getting some destroyed HP here. So we could potentially think about, you know, pulling Harima from this team, bringing somebody in who has Miracle Heal as a blessing. It doesn't feel like we need a ton of sustain on it, honestly. It feels like we're in pretty good shape with that. But, you know, that's an option. I'm trying to decide if Crixie is overkill here, if we'd be better off with somebody else here. I mean, she does some nice things with removing all buffs. This decreased resistance and block debuffs is really nice, actually. So I wouldn't want to swap her out for that. Like, I wouldn't want to lose that. So let's see. What were you saying? You were usually using Mishinaki, Elva, and Ugo. I'm not using any of those. Crixie is a backup cleanser. Yeah, here we've got 2 cleansers with Cardiel. Maybe we can pop this head really soon. I mean, we have 7 turns before Shamail gets eaten. It's nice if you can kill your first head before your first champion gets eaten, and then, you know, just have somebody on, like, get some damage out there, get the other heads kind of lowered a little bit. Because what usually happens to me is I decapitate the first head, and literally that's when somebody gets devoured. So, obviously Archer's hugely helpful here with the decreased speed as well. Get close. I just totally lost my train of thought there. Just totally just like, oh, what was going on? I started thinking about Shamail, and I just lost everything. I fell asleep for a second. All right, let's see. Let's get the provoke out there. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. My own live stream, I'm falling asleep. All right, now we want to do a ton of damage here. Let's transform her. Is this the cleanse? Yeah, that's the cleanse one, right? Block debuffs and increase resistance on ally. We already have a block debuffs up. Okay, so I got to get used to Crixia. She seems very good for this fight. She seems really good for this fight. All right, now we've got the Head of Torment. This is great. So now there are two different ways you can approach the Head of Torment. One way is you don't touch it. You build Shamil with no damage whatsoever, and you have a solved head on the board who basically does nothing at all. It's just awesome, right? Because Shamil is the perfect solution. So you just let that head be there, and then you focus on the other three heads. The only time you would focus the Head of Torment is if the Head of Torment is the head that devours your champions. So that's one good way to do it. The other good way to do it, depending on your team and how you're feeling about it, is you just attack the Head of Torment, you get a fear, and Shamil counterattacks the Head of Torment, and you just use that over and over and over again to rip through this head really quickly, and then have an exposed neck, right? So that's the other option. And really, I don't have a preference. I don't think. I have a preference. I know that at Nightmare, I think players generally use the tactic of keeping the head alive. So I don't know. Have you built your Shamil for damage or not? Gotta attack this Head of Mischief. All right, that's the first Devour there. The good news is we've got 2 damage dealers, almost 3 damage dealers to help free him. Get the decreased speed, that'll help on the heads there. But now we are susceptible to the fears because our fear removal champion has been devoured. So he's off the board. Let's go ahead and free him up. There we go. And now we're immune. Provoke and Hex. Not refreshing. We missed our Provoke as well. So we got to use our backup. All right, we got our Provoke now. And round we go. You built him for damage. Okay, so if you built him for damage, we'll go ahead and we'll use our AoE attacks and we'll use all the stuff and get the fears going. We just get extra attack. All right, weaken. I forget how tanky the Head of Torment. He's usually pretty tanky. Yeah, the decreased resistance also helps with the accuracy issue. Let's reduce that Head of Torment's defense a little bit. That Archer is so good. I want her so bad. It's the only champion. She was really the only champion out of all the monster hunters that I want. And unfortunately, I'm not likely to get her. Lots of free attack. Max Sharp says, I can't wait to reach this level of complexity and strategizing in fights. You know, for some people, it's really fun. I typically like the strategizing. I really do. I like the theory crafting. I like the executing. I think the thing about Hydra for me is not that it's not a fun fight. And I've said this many times before. Like, I think the fight conceptually is pretty cool. I think the game's like dedication to forcing us to be constantly logged in doesn't mix well with this particular type of fight. You know, like if this was a fight you could opt into once a week, you know, like great, but it's kind of like you're just forced to spend so much time in the game, and then usually what happens to me is like it's like, oh, you have to use a Hydra key today for your advanced quest, and I'm like, I don't have time. Like I don't have time to do a Hydra when you tell me to do Hydra. Like I can make time on Saturday. I can't if you give me a Hydra key quest any other day of the week, I just hit Hydra for 100k damage and then I accept the key. And it hurts my clan in Hydra Hydra Clash because I can't afford to not get the advanced quest done, but I also can't afford the time to actually do the Hydra. So it's like it's not the fight that's the problem, right? The fight is kind of cool. The heads are kind of cool. They've got it in a better spot than it was when it was released. You know, I still think there are some tweaks that could improve it, but I don't. The fight's kind of cool, but the issue is all the stuff around it. It takes way too long. We're already, you know, we're only 13 minutes in here. We've got 7 million damage. We need, what do we need? We need 31 million damage. Is that what we need? What's can anybody pull me the damage numbers for Brutal, please? I forget what it is. 34 million. It's in the 30. You know, so it's like this is going to be a 45-minute run. And we might, you know, mess up along the way. And then you got to run it again. This is where Raid gets its name. This is where like Raid earns its name. This is Raid Shadow Legends. This is the actual Raid in the game, right? I missed a provoke somewhere along the line. I wasn't paying attention. It almost feels on a team like this that either, you know, one of your healers needs Miracle Heal just to increase your survivability, but it's not critical. I guess it's not critical. Yeah. Hey, Jim Flop
became a member.
Welcome, Jim Flop, to the Shadowkin. Excellent. Thank you so much for joining. Think we got a great community. We have an absolutely great community. Members are fantastic. Subscribers are fantastic. So I think you'll enjoy it. And hopefully this month we'll actually get more into our member specific content, because we were supposed to do that last month, but then I got COVID for 3 weeks. And it didn't really happen as much as I would have liked it to. We have a couple of things actually planned that we'd like to get to. So I think the memberships are going to be fun. And like I always ask every new member, go ahead and spam your emotes, your emojis. Enjoy those, especially the soapbox and the no geo and the deep squats, whatever ones you like. There are a bunch there. We need to add to that as well. We're going to be adding more. I've got ideas for a whole bunch. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're sick for 3 weeks and all of a sudden you start feeling better and you go back to work, everybody's like, oh, hey, I've got 3 weeks of work for you to catch up on. And it's like, plus the job that you're supposed to currently be doing. And I know you're not 100% yet, but could you do that today? That'd be great. You know, it's like one of those things. And granted, you know, for this, it's like, it's me, the pressures I put on myself, you know, and the desire to like help the community and you know, give members good value, that kind of thing. But yeah, it is like, there's a long list of things that have to be done. And the member specific content is one of those things this month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Good evening. MZ says almost 5K subs, almost there. Very strong, breaking out some of the emojis there. And Burso, yes, we are closing in. We're at 4,900. We just passed 4,900. We're doing all right. We are doing all right. So it does feel like this team has it. I think this team has it. I think you're overbuilt. I don't think this is like a brilliant team or anything. I just think you have an incredibly strong roster with well-built champions, good gear, so you're going to get what you need to get. Oh, I got to remember my provoke. But I do think that this team works pretty well. The question is, do you need all of these champions to get this key? Because you want to make sure that you can get your chests done below. So your hard mode, your hard mode and your normal mode. Can you do those? I should not have. I think I did. I think I played Pixie wrong there. All right. Hex and provoke. Let's land that. All right. Nice. That 2-turn provoke is so sweet. On a 3-turn cooldown, that's seriously the thing we want the most. All right. Head of Wrath. Head of Wrath. We don't have a lot of defenses on this team. I don't have a ton of defenses. So we'll have to be smart about that. Let's see if we can beat up on the Head of Mischief here. Oh, no, I guess we got to free our ally. The slow will help. I mean, the nice thing here is you basically have like 3.5 damage dealers because it's just like your champions are so good. Because you have Harima, you have Newt, you have Shemael. Those are all damage dealers. And then you also have Archer, who, hits really hard. Well, I don't know how hard she hits, but she hits decently. She does a lot of work. She is defensive based. Then remove all debuffs. No, we don't need to do that yet. We don't have any. We need to. There we go. Do that. I need to get around to a provoke at some point. This be enough? We need Newt back. He's our damage. He's our big hitter. There's our provoke. And it lands. There we go. Yeah. And also not having a reviver gives you kind of limited like room for mistakes. I'm not sure. If, it feels like this team has it, but it could be not really like 100% kind of thing. The Head of Suffering. Is that the one who increases the resistance? Yeah. So, you could try to remove the Head of Suffering, but it's the tankiest head. We have enough single target damage. We can basically ignore the Head of Wrath most of the time. But he's got 11 stacks. So every time we use an AoE, we got to remember that stack's going up. That's another stack. Yeah. Without a reviver, I don't know. So this is where like the Elva option might come back in. Honestly, she might be better than Cardiel in this composition. right? Because she's a cleanser. She has a block debuff. She also has an increased speed, so you're going to get that. You lose the ally attack. You lose the crit rate and crit damage buffs. But you get the single target revive. And you get a little bit more sustain. Well, I mean, the sustain from Cardiel is higher. He probably gives more sustain than Elva. Yeah, I could do that. So Neo saying, if you want to exit the brutal run because it takes so long, I can use that team makeup later. 3v3 would be awesome, or moving to the next person would be fine. Yeah, we'll take a look at your 3v3. I do think so. I think that this team is close, right? I think you're overbuilt here. You do have some options. You know, there are. So let me just tell you the considerations, things you can mess around with here with this team. Let's hope this does it. All right. So I think that, you know, you have potential space here. You could definitely pull out Cardiel and potentially put Elva in his place. Where Elva? There's Elva, right? So Elva, for those of you who aren't as familiar with her, right? She has a speed aura, so it's the same speed aura in all battles that Cardiel has. So you don't lose that. And then in addition, you have a revive here. It is a single target revive. It's a decent revive. You also have a cleanse with a block debuffs and an increased speed buff on a 3-turn cooldown. That matches what Cardiel's does, but his gives a revive on death that is not removable, whereas Elva's gives an increased speed. That actually means you're going to get around to more turns. Now, you lose his passive heal. Like every time he attacks, it's passive. It's A1 heals, basically, and that's his only attack. But you get these continuous heals instead. So you get a continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP. Now, this can be a little bit tricky in Hydra because if you're trying to build a mischief tank and you have this buff bouncing around, you know, that can be a problem. Sometimes you can be like, if you're in a really defensive team where people aren't taking much damage, you know exactly where this heal is going. But that's not the case here. So I think that she could be a really nice swap for Cardiel, giving you that revive, but also giving you that increased speed, which may be a little bit more valuable than what he's bringing. So if you do that, you also have the option now. It's like, do you need to have a second provoke? Now, unfortunately, Archer is weak affinity, so it feels like you need a second provoke. Let me double check her skills, make sure it's not like irresistible or whatever, because again, I don't have her. Let me double check her. Okay. So I don't see any ability that would make it like affinity friendly. So it feels like you need a backup provoke. Right now we've got Harima, who is strong affinity into the head. So that's good, but you could also bring a neutral affinity champ. So if you were looking at, other provokes, kind of limited options. I don't know Angar much, although I know he's supposed to get a buff this patch, right? So he does have a provoke on his A1. No, I'm sorry. It's an extra hit if it's provoke. His provoke is on a 3-turn cooldown. But, potentially could keep provoke out there. I don't know if his kit is changing or whatever. You have Seeker, who's got a provoke on his A1 and his neutral affinity and gives you additional turn meter. That could be really nice. You could get a lot more turns in with Seeker and Elva than with Cardiel and Harima. But obviously, you lose a damage dealer. You lose a damage dealer who can do a lot of damage when one of the other damage dealers is devoured. So that can be a little bit of an issue. You could also bring in Krisk. Now, Krisk is awesome because Krisk brings you sustain. For himself, he brings you buff extension, which is really nice, ally protection. So you're just going to have like 100% uptime on the increased speed. He's got another decreased speed. So you're going to have that up more often. And then you also have the secondary provoke. So, you have some options to mess around with this. By the way, I like Duke the Pierced. I think he's a great secondary provoker. So if you get him built all the way, you could also consider using him. He's got this provoke on his A3. This is placed, by the way. It's not a hit, so it can't weak hit. So you don't have to worry about that. He is affinity friendly. He will just, as long as he has the accuracy and doesn't get 3% resisted, he will land his provoke. And then he also has 100% AoE decrease attack and decrease defense, which is really nice. So you got the backup decrease attack. And I think this is you don't have, I don't think you currently have a decreased defense on this team, right? I don't think Archer brings it. Yeah, so right now there's no decreased defense. So that would increase your damage as well. So, Duke the Pierce could potentially be swapped in for Harima. And then maybe you leave Seeker on the bench. You get a little bit of a turn meter buff from Elva. And then like I said, then you have that backup provoke, which is neutral affinity. And a decreased defense. That's not a bad option. So there are some ways you could experiment with this. I think likely is, you've got 15 or 20 different combos that are going to get you the key that you need. The damage here is, okay, it's 30 million. It's not as high as I thought. It's basically 30 million. But this is where you're going to want to start experimenting with your teams because you have a lot of flexibility because you have so many options. So start putting together the team that you find works the best because that's the team that you're going to start focusing on for Nightmare, right? You're going to start focusing on like 7 or 8 champions for Nightmare, depending on the rotation. But the core, like 3 or 4 champions is probably going to be the same for every rotation. So, Newt as a massive single target damage dealer is just like your best bet for freeing other devoured champions. Which means you need a Hex out there. You need, the weaken and the decreased defense and all that to get the maximum value out of them. But you need the Hex out there because if the Head of Mischief devours somebody, especially if it devours, champion when you don't have a Hex down, and maybe it's your Hex champion like Archer, now Newt is not going to be able to hit the Head of Mischief. So that is a consideration. That can also be part of the RNG. You know what I mean? It could be like, if that happens and kills your run, you just restart and you try again. But you want to keep that in mind as you're building your composition. So I think you have a lot of cool options. I hope that takeover, I hope that helped. One of the things you could do too, if you took Elva and say, Duke the Pierced or Seeker, is that allows you to use Cardiel and Sissia as a duo, maybe on hard. And that duo on hard does tons of damage. But you may want to look at your Sissia a little bit because she seemed super squishy. 27,000 HP, under 2,000 defense. Not that she needs to be really tanky or anything. She shouldn't be. But remember that she gets the majority of her damage from her HP burns in this kind of scenario. So you don't necessarily need to go for like huge crit damage. Like you could get extra damage out of her. She's an attack-based champion. She'll hit harder with 100% crit rate and more crit damage. But if you're going to primarily use her as an HP burner in, say, Spider and in Hydra, you could put her in like an HP percentage chess piece, or you could, kind of build her like you build a Cold Heart, where it's like you want her to hit hard, like, but you simultaneously don't want her to be like too squishy because she'll get targeted and knocked out. So think about that. That could be an option for, building her moving forward if you're going to use her for Hydra. You still have Mishinaki, which you were talking about before. He's a great damage dealer. He does have the decreased defense, so that's probably where you would get your decreased defense from. He's also got the Hex, so that's a second Hex champion. So you don't want really, Hex is always a little bit tricky to find. You probably don't want to double up on your hex champions. So when you're doing hex, you know, it's like, all right, so probably Archer and Mishinaki need to be on different champions, different difficulties, and also probably a Kemptum. A Kemptum could be your normal damage dealer. He does a ton of damage at normal. You know, he's going to get that hex out there, spread that around, and that's going to allow you to do damage with everybody else and handle the head of mischief really easily there. So, you know, you've got your 3 difficulties. I don't know about Rule the Hunt Master. I think he uses hex, right? He needs somebody else to place the hex. Yeah, so, you know, you could pair him up with another hex champion, and he could be he's a very hard hitting champion from what I understand, but you need somebody else to get the hex out there to really activate his damage. So he places an extra hit on enemies under hex debuffs and will ignore 25% of each target's defense if there are 4 or more enemies under hex debuffs. So he might pair really well with a Kemptum. And the reason why I'm saying a Kemptum is because a Kemptum is void affinity. He's not going to weak hit. Archer and Mishinaki will weak hit sometimes, and Rule needs all 4 heads to have the hex debuff in order for him to ignore defense. So pair him up with a Kemptum. Maybe they're your hard duo. You know, maybe Rule hits so hard that that's a really good duo for hard mode. And keep your brutal team where it is, and then you could even slide Cardiel and Sissia down to normal, and they'll do 120 million on normal. Do you know what I mean? So if you're talking about Hydra Clash, you want to do a couple 100 million on your normal key, and that duo is absolutely phenomenal. And so, you know, potentially if you don't have her like tanky enough, you know, you could just leave her kind of glass cannon-ish and put her into normal. And then you make maybe Rule and a Kemptum a duo for hard. And then you've got Newt. I couldn't think of his name for a second. Newt and whoever you want to pair with Newt, whether it's you know, Mishinaki to get another hex or whatever. Like you could do that. So, you know, those are your 3 hex champions. You also have a second Archer. Totally worth building. Absolutely worth building. Right? Because once you get to Nightmare, you're going to want at least one on Nightmare. You're going to want one on Brutal. So I can see she's already booked. Get her, you know, get her ascended, get her awakened, get her built, get her geared, and drop her in next week. Like she could be a top priority. If you want, you know, I don't think you have your Mithrala yet, right? Yeah, I don't see Mithrala yet. So if you're trying to get Mithrala, that's going to be the best way to do it, right? To get all 3 difficulties done. So. All right, so let's take a quick look at your 3v3s. Sorry, that's Classic Arena. You are in Silver 2. Okay. Okay, so the first thing I would say is when you are 5 days and 10 hours in, make sure you're putting in one-man defenses. Right? So for right now, what you want, this is something everybody should do. As soon as the arena resets for the week, you want to come in and put in your one-man defense. Okay, so you want to clean these out and just put in one-man defenses. Now, typically what I would actually suggest is don't try to get any points on this. Like you don't care about this. Ranking doesn't work in 3v3 the way it does in Classic Arena. So just put in like level 40 champions or level 50 champions, you know, just some whatever, like this. This is totally fine. This is what you want. Right? Now what's going to happen here is you're going to start losing. You're going to lose a lot. Okay? But you don't lose anything except the ranking points. Right? There's no penalty for losing in 3v3 Arena. It's not like you drop, right? You don't drop at the end of the day, you drop at the end of the week. We're spinning our wheels. Your plan was Archer, Mishinaki as your 3 difficulty hex champs. Kempton is my current third until I build the second archer. Yeah, okay. You're talking to me in two places. So I'm not getting all of that. But all right, so what's going to happen here is this going to knock you down into the red, right? Now, what you want to do is you want to set on your phone, you want to set a weekly alarm for about 48 hours out, right? So 48 hours before the ranking period ends, you want a little alarm that's going to tell you to change your defenses. Hang on here. It says you have a few things in the vault that would be good for 3v3. Yeah. Okay, so what I would say is, in terms of your 3v3, we're going to use your classic arena. We're just going to use your classic arena, and I don't know what's going on, if it's a server, if it's me. So, okay, so this is nice. This is nice. I want to see, what teams. Okay, so you don't have teams saved. This is where you experiment for 3v3. I haven't talked much about this before, but coming into classic arena and manualing and messing around, especially when you're like comfortably in gold 5, and you have a team that you can just go to. Don't worry so much about your like win percentage. Especially there are times of the month or times in rotations where they just throw. Yeah, so you don't have any extras right now, but they will throw tons of extra arena tokens at you. So sometimes you don't have the time to use all those arena tokens, or like, you don't want to refresh the thing a lot. So what I do actually is I come into arena and I'll pick a team that looks challenging. Like I'll pick this Harima team. I'll take this Harima team. And this is just something that I do. I don't do it that much anymore. I still do it. I still do it though. But I'll come in and I'll be like, all right, this is a 351k arena team. And it's a beast of a team. Right? It's just a beast of a team. It's got ally resist in all battles, or in arena battles by 80. It's got Duchess, who is obviously super defensive. Mithrala, who's just disruptive and defensive. UDK, who's super defensive. And then it's got Harima, who can one-shot a squishy team. So I might say to myself, okay, I don't want to take this team into this team, but I want to mess around and see if I can design a team that might beat it. Now, I have to have a solution for UDK. I have to have a solution for Mithrala. I actually probably need two solutions. I need to, with Duchess and Mithrala, I need to remove buffs or block buffs. Probably remove buffs because Mithrala cleanses, so block buffs isn't going to work as well. I need to handle the revive some way, right? I could do that with damage. I need to survive Harima. I need to cleanse. Like I need so much things. I need a block debuffs, really, is what I need. So I'm just in a tricky spot here. So I'm like, okay, so what do I have? So, here, this removes some debuffs. We've got a cleanse here. We've got cleanse here, right? We've got a cleanse here. We've got a cleanse here. Okay. We've got a cleanse on Bad Alcazar. So we've got some options for our cleanses. Now, one thing we might want to do is say, do we want a defensive aura? Do we want a speed aura? Maybe we want to get out in front of this. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't want to be too far out in front of this. We want their buffs to go up first, and then we want to remove them. So maybe we need a defensive aura. So we look for that. We say, okay, do we have a good defensive aura? So we've got Staltis, good defensive base damage dealer. Can't get a decreased defense. Will rebound certain. I don't have a Staltis, but I know that he kicks back certain. Weakens, decreased defense, and poisons. He kicks back. So he kicks back the Mithrala poisons. He kicks back the decreased defense from. Actually, I don't think any of their champions do decreased defense. But still, he might be a good option. And then we get the defensive aura in all battles. Depending on how people are built, maybe we go like this. That's a buff strip. We want to potentially ignore strengthen, so we could think about this. Actually, maybe what we do is we do Siffy instead. If you had Mithrala, I'd bring Mithrala. We need a way to kill. We need a way to kill UDK. Maybe something like this. This might not be quite right. It's hard to say. Do we need the resist? Do we need the speed? I think we don't need the resist. I don't think we need the resist. We're going to go with the speed. I'm also thinking about this. I don't know how good his accuracy is. 370 is not bad. Not glyphed yet. Could probably get better. Masteries? No masteries. So, books? We probably won't run him because he's not masteried. We also have this option, right? So let's see how Kaimar's built. Kaimar's accuracy is 398. That's not bad. Speed is 236, which is not phenomenal. But not bad. I mean, it's solid. But he's not specialized for arena, with that build. And that he doesn't have to be. I'm not saying you should. Just saying he could be. We got Mashalid, who's an interesting option. We could even run Archer using the AoE provoke, right? We've got that. We could go really defensive. We could go like this, which would be not fast, but could probably work. We could go, yeah, we just lost our buff strip, didn't we? When we took out Trixia, not Hexia. And then we could do this. That would be kind of interesting. Let's try this. I want to see how this works. All right. All right, so I think the first thing we want to do, we're fast here. Or maybe too fast. Let's use the ally attack on Mithrala, see how we do. Okay. See if we can remove any of these buffs. We removed a whole bunch of buffs and we got a nice stone skin. Just going to use an AoE attack right now. All right, so we figured we were going to lose him. We knew that was going to happen. That's what the revive is for. Now, Cardiel into Duchess can be really nice, but obviously we've got UDK to still deal with, so it's kind of frustrating. Now we don't have to worry about him. Wow, we didn't kill the Mithrala. I expected to kill the Mithrala. So yeah, Cardiel into Duchess can be really nice because he can actually land fears on certain factions, and Demon Spawn is one of them. But obviously, you need very high accuracy. Pulsalon undead, so he's good into UDK as well for that. All right, let's see if we can kill this UDK. Now remember, we're giving up. I mean, I don't know how much power we're actually giving. We'll have to take a look at it at the end. But this is, this is a tough fight. We knew that this was a tough fight. We deliberately picked a tough fight here. So we want to see if this is a kind of team that might work for 3v3. we can get Duchess off the board, this becomes really it's academic at that point. So we can't lose Siffy, and now we're provoked. Wukong has to help us here. And we're provoked again. All right, that's it. All right, so now I want to try this again. So now I want to look at this. I want to say, that was a decent team. That wasn't bad. Again, 351. What did I take? I took 166K into 351. And we almost had it. So you could look at something like this and be like, this is a good 3v3 team, potentially. It's a decent defensive team because it's going to be fast enough to require a go first team to beat. Because if you don't go ahead of this team, it kills you. And it's tanky enough that a go first team might not just take it off the board, right? And a go second team might not take it off the board. So it might get several rounds. But for this specific, composition, it's like, okay, so what did we have there that wasn't really working? Wukong didn't do great. Did all right. Maybe we need a better way to remove debuffs. So like, is this accuracy better than this accuracy? Nope, it's actually not. All right, stick with Wukong. Siffy was okay. AoE, like a tankier reviver might be better. We could bring in that Stultus. I thought the ally attack would be really good into this team. It would be a way that we could kill UDK, but it didn't really do what we needed it to do. So I don't have a better idea, though. Right? Like, do we bring in Crixia? Do we bring in our Harima? I don't know. We might just not have it here. Like, we could bring in Newt, see if Newt does more damage. Or Leorius does more damage. But I actually like the concept of the team we have here. It might be a matter of execution, or it might just be a matter of power, right? Like, we just might not quite have our team together yet, but we're getting, right? Like, you still got some glyphs that can go out here. You still got glyphs that can go on Cardiel. Glyphs take a little while to acquire, but they can add a lot of power over time, right? And then obviously the more wins you get, the more you get stats from your Great Hall. Let's actually check out your Great Hall. You're doing all right on your Great Hall. You're not doing too bad, but like, this is still probably much further behind a player like the one we just walked into, right? Like, so if we look at the player level 100, let's see. 10.2 million player power. Chances are it's a better Great Hall. So maybe let's talk about a different kind of team. Let's just look at. So, part of the question becomes, who can you dedicate to Arena? And I don't know who you use where. But if you have Stone Skin, this is you know, maybe time to start building some champions in Stone Skin. For 3v3, it can be really helpful. Sometimes it can be as simple as like putting a reviver in Stone Skin. Sometimes it can be as simple as putting a nuker in Stone Skin. It can kind of depend on the champion. Like I've seen, Staltuses, solo Staltuses in Stone Skin just get the job done on their own. Literally nuke out your team by himself with no setup. You just got to make sure he gets his turn. And since he doesn't have a setup, he's not going to be going first. So you put him in Stone Skin, and then you literally just nuke out the enemy team. So, you have options like that. You may also find, and I was thinking about this, I don't know how I feel about this yet. I haven't experimented. I haven't really talked to anybody about this, but you have an AoE provoke here, and you're going to have a lot of accuracy on Archer because of, being in Hydra. Now, I know that you have the A1 that increases accuracy in Hydra, so you don't always need as much accuracy. But potentially, an AoE provoke early in the rotation can be really powerful. You could also use it on a go second team, so you could have cleansers. She's defensive based, right? So it's like you have cleansers, you have healers, you have revivers, and you have an AoE provoker, and that just begins to lock out their skill cycle, which is really important. So, you have that option. You said you have some champions in the vault, so let's take a look at your vault. I like you, Carl. You've got Torment. You've got Lysandra. You've got Valkyrie. You've got Terrace. You got Hefrak. These are build champions. You have Yumiko. Okay, so out of the champions that are in your vault, here's some considerations, just some things to think about. Lysandra is a phenomenal arena champion. Let's pull her out. Oh, you also have Shu Zhen. Okay, so we're gonna pull her out. We're gonna pull out Terrace. Let's pull out Hefrak. We'll pull out Valkyrie. And maybe Yumiko. You have Herndig. Herndig's awesome too. You have more than the champions I just pulled out. But if we take a look at some of the champions I just pulled out. So here's Hefrak. Now, Hefrak has this ability. Where is it? Whenever an ally is killed by an enemy, instantly activates the Hefrak Scorn skill. Will not put the skill on cooldown. So the way this works is you want Hefrak to go second. You want him in Stone Skin. And then you want an ally to die. And then when the ally dies, it instantly activates the Scorn skill. This is the AoE, places an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit. Each hit will ignore 15% of the target's defense. So if you do 51% damage, you will kill them, right? Because you'll do 51% damage and then you're going to hit them again. The second time, it's going to be the same amount of damage. I mean, there's always a little bit of RNG. There's the 10%, flexibility. But generally, like if you can get them to the point where you can get the extra hit, you're gonna kill them. And then this doesn't put the skill on cooldown. So when Hefrak goes, he can then just open with his AoE again, and you get it another time. Plus, everybody's going to be hurt, so they're going to have less than 50% HP. He's scary. He's one of the scariest arena nukers in the entire game. I hate coming into Hefrak teams. Like I have solutions for Hefrak, but you always are kind of playing it on the edge, right? Because you don't know what the team composition is going to be. You don't know how the teams are built. So you have to judge whether you're going to accidentally kill one of his allies. He's always got Stone Skin. So this is a champion you build in Stone Skin. You don't need any speed on him, really, right? You can build him really slow, really damage heavy, because he's going to activate this skill. And then you want your other champions not in Stone Skin. You can put him with somebody like Wukong or Blizzard, who has like a passive revive. And that even gives you maybe an extra chance to get back around to the passive. That it is on a 4-turn cooldown. Just be aware of that. But it's like, you could potentially have Wukong out there. Wukong gets killed. That activates Hefrak. Hefrak's in Stone Skin, so he doesn't get knocked out. He hits again, and then Wukong revives, and he nukes as well. So you can have like crazy combos like that with this Hefrak. So if you're looking for 3v3 arena teams, whether it's offense or defense, doesn't matter. Hefrak he creates scenarios that other nukers can't, right? He allows you to build compositions that other nukers don't allow you to build. So he's a really good champion that if you don't need him anywhere else, you can 100% dedicate him to 3v3 arena, and he will be a god tier champion for you. I mean, he's absolutely crazy good. So this is one champion I would definitely consider building. Okay, Terrace. Now, I know Terrace and Mirishka are like, the meta duo. I don't know this champion as much, but I do know him a little bit. I come up against him. He crushes. He doesn't need Mirishka on his team to be phenomenal. So let's see. What's his combo? Yeah, so there's I mean, he does a lot of damage. I know he hits really hard. One attack decreases the enemy's attack by 10%. Occurs once per skill. The attack reduction resets after each round. So, like, the longer the fight goes, the less likely you are to remove Terrace from the board. He places a fear on all enemies from those factions. He reduces damage from skills by 50%. He's hard to take off the board, and the longer the fight goes, the stronger he gets and the weaker the enemy gets. He's also void affinity, which means no weak hits. He's definitely worth building. He's an almost instant ban in live arena. So if you're doing live arena, just having him in your team means either you're going to get him or he's going to be banned and you'll have your 4 other champions. So, he's a really good champion to bring into the mix. Now, Shuzen, right? It's like a J, I think. Shujen. So Shujen and Lissandra are also both great support champions for arena, and they give you second go first options after Arbiter and Wukong. So here you have a 30% speed aura, right, in arena. So that's just as good as Arbiter. She's also got a turn meter fill of all allies by 20%, increased speed, also has a 100% chance of decreasing the turn meter of all enemies by 20%, and placing a decreased speed on them. This is super strong. This is really, really strong. You have this ability to basically de-sheep an ally or give them the next turn. They will just go next. You get an increased attack buff, increased crit rate, and increased crit damage. You pair this with somebody like Georgid. You pair this with somebody like even Wukong could work really well. Wukong gets sheeped fairly frequently because of his buff strip. So this can actually be really great. Yeah, and then she gets tons of extra accuracy from her speed. She's really fast. Her base speed is 110. She's like another Arbiter, but obviously does things a little bit differently, right? But you want her you want her with an attack-based nuker, so like a Georgid or a Wukong or somebody like that. Now, Lissandra is another phenomenal support, turn meter control goddess. She has a huge aura for all battles, 24% speed in all battles. She's really good in Doom Tower and wave content. She has this, the A3 places increased speed buff on all allies, fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%. The 30% turn meter fill, that's the same as Seeker, it's the same as Arbiter. It's 10% more than Shu Zhen. In addition, it decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 30%. So she's speeding up your team with her aura. She's giving you an increased speed buff. She's filling your turn meter, and she's decreasing the enemy turn meter. If she had a slow, she'd literally have every single speed mechanic in the game, right? So she's crazy good at turn meter control. She also has this A2 that fully depletes a single target's turn meter. So this is another arena champion, go first style team. So, you have, in addition to Arbiter, you have these two other go first champions that could be, paired up with almost any other scenario where you're going first. So, I mean, what you were running, I think when we came in here was you were running, let me see. Yeah, that's what I put together. Where's your Arbiter? I think you were running. I think you were running. Okay. Now, this is a great composition. The the flexibility, the versatility in this composition comes from Deacon. You have the increased speed and increased attack and speed aura from Arbiter. That's your setup. You want her running as fast as possible. That leads over to Deacon, who's got the secondary turn meter fill and turn meter decrease on the enemy. But the extra turn mechanic allows you to get an AoE decreased defense out. That means you don't need a third champion for the decreased defense, right? You get turn meter to fill and decreased defense from Deacon, giving you 2 spots, and you're using 2 nukers. Now, this can be really good. 2 nukers is great. You're going to AoE things. But sometimes instead of wanting 2 nukers, you may want an additional utility champion. So think you can mix this in. Now you've got a buff strip instead. So instead of 2 nukers, you can remove strengthens, you could remove block debuffs, you could set up, like if the speed tune is going to break, you can place a block debuffs buff out there. Plus he hits, right? So even though Leorius hits probably harder during, specific setups, Wukong can hit as hard as Leorius, especially if Leorius hasn't been hit and he had, his passive isn't activated. So this could actually hit as hard as the combo you were running before, although Wukong is affinity based, so he can weak hit. But you've got the buff strip mixed in here. You can throw this in. This can be really, valuable as a way to potentially, if you're faster than a team, you stay faster than the team because of the freeze. And it gives you more turns to work down a, tanky team. This or this, either one, right? You get a great ally attack and you've got Georgid in the ally attack. So this is going to give you an opportunity to nuke out one target. So if we're going up against an enemy like the one we're seeing here, we could nuke out this UDK, just take him off the board before you even get to your nuker's turn, because the ally attack is going to be what removes him. You get the weaken from the A1 of Arbiter. You've got the drop defense from Deacon already, and then you get all the extra hits. And then Georgid is at the end and he's doing his A1 into that. So either UDK is going to be removed off the board, or this is going to give you so much damage on him that when you do your AoE, and especially with Georgid, right? Because he gets his his extra turn mechanic, like his one shot kill something and then get an extra turn. So potentially you can either save one of those skills for the next round, or you could use the tank killing extra turn mechanic if you needed to get UDK off the board. But imagine you kill UDK with the ally attack. Now you can use the tank killing skill on Harima, the one shot, one target kill on Harima. That gives you, or you could use it on Duchess. If Duchess is weak enough, you use it on Duchess. That would give you the extra turn, maybe the AoE kills Harima, But by getting the Reviver off the board and UDK off the board, now all you have to do is survive one round. Can you survive the Harima nuke with, if she has no setup? With this team, who knows? But my point being that this gives you an option, another option that you didn't have before. You also have this. Not dissimilar to this, right? But gives you different utility. You get Kaimar in there, you get the reset, and that reset could be really valuable as well. Now, I do want to talk about 2 other champions which are Valkyrie and Torment the Cold. So Torment the Cold gives you this passive, which freezes enemies whenever they get a buff or a turn meter fill. So this is really good into go first teams, right? So if you're on offense, you just go slow and you let the enemy team go first rather than running your Arbiter into their Arbiter team, because that's a coin flip. You run your Torment into their Arbiter team, and then you take your Arbiter team into a slow team that you think you can nuke out. So we were just talking about all those Arbiter team variations that you can use. Torment allows you to free that team up to not have to win the speed race. Like, you literally don't have to go fast team against fast team. Now what you can do is you can say, okay, we're going to build around this tanky champion. And there are a lot of ways to do that, right? You probably want to bring in, like, you could do, let me see, you could do Valkyrie, actually. Valkyrie would not be bad with him. But you could do something like, I like Wither, but you could also do Bad Alcazar depending on who's built better and where the speeds are at. But I do like this kind of setup. You know, now maybe if we're on offense, I'm thinking defense, but maybe if we're on offense, we want more damage. Here's where the Leoria shines. This is where the Leoria shines. So probably something like, no. I mean, there are a lot of good options. I'm just stuck for choice here. I'm thinking, yeah, let's see. See, we already talked about a Sify team, but I do feel like Sify would pair really well here. But you could do something like, you know, depending on what aura you wanted, you could literally use any of these auras. Now you want to cleanse in here somewhere. That would be fun. Maybe, in fact, you do this, and then you do something like, I keep coming back around to the Valkyrie. I like the Valkyrie. I actually kind of like this setup. Yeah, I like this setup. I also like maybe Elva. You'll have to mess around with it and see. Like, you could try Tahanarok. There are a lot of different ways to make this work. You don't need turn meter fill. But so the interesting thing about Valkyrie is that Valkyrie has this passive where this champion's turn meter will be increased by 10% each time an enemy champion places a buff. Enemy champions will have their turn meters decreased by 10% for each buff they receive. So the reason I like Valkyrie along with Torment is that they actually have very similar passives, right? In this particular case, anytime the enemy gets a turn meter fill or a buff, they can be frozen. And then for Valkyrie, anytime they receive a buff, she gets turn meter or the enemy gets their turn meter decreased, or and. Now, this allows you to potentially get out the shield and counterattack. So you get Valkyrie to jump and break their speed tune, right? And now Valkyrie gets the counterattack up. If they get a turn, Tormund, potentially can like freeze them so they don't get turns. If they get turns, they're coming into Valkyrie's counterattack. Now you've got two different champions messing with their rotations. And again, even if we're on offense, this works great on defense, but even if we're on offense, then it's like all we need to make sure is that we get a cleanse and then we have a nuker who's not dead, right? But Leorius has his unkillable. So you just need to make sure he's not stunned. That's all you want. You just want to make sure he's not stunned or frozen or whatever. So you need a relatively tanky cleanser who's going to be able to make sure that Leorius gets a turn. I like something like this is beautiful, right? Remember that Valkyrie's shield is based off of defense. So having an allied defense in all battles aura is going to improve that shield. Also, it's going to make everybody more survivable. The only downside, the only lack of synergy here is that Leorius won't take as much damage, and you want him to be as close to 0 as possible. But you're going second. You're going to get hit really hard. You need Elva and a lot of resist. But you could also do, like I said, you could do Wither. I kind of like this setup as well. Or Bad El-Khazar. Those are all options. You could even do like a Scylla the Drakes. That gives you another stun. That's like another AoE stun plus heals plus, but that's not a cleanse. So like that's not as guaranteed. But I really like that team, as where did we? Yeah. And if you use Cardiel, the great thing is if you don't get CC'd, then you have his ally attack, and then Leorius gets to hit twice. So it's like this could be a crazy good arena team. Again, both on defense, but also on offense. And this you take into those Arbiter teams. So when you're in 3v3 and you see it, there's always going to be an Arbiter team, right? Everybody's got an Arbiter team, middle team. There's 2 Arbiters here, middle team. Here's the third team. This one actually doesn't have an Arbiter. Okay, strange. Middle team has an Arbiter. Down here, no Arbiter. Okay. Arbiter here, Arbiter here. So 8 of the 10 teams had at least 1 Arbiter. Some teams had 2 Arbiters. So when you come into this team, you can say, rather than running my Arbiter up against their Arbiter, which is a crapshoot, run my Tormund into their Arbiter. Right? Now, Foley's a little scary here. A little. Right? But chances are you're good with that team. Right? If you ran into this, I can't because they're not built. The champions aren't built. But if we did this, where's Leorius? Leorius is here. And then what did we say? Like Cardiel maybe for the cleanse. Or Elva. Probably Elva. Right? So we do this instead. Now that frees up your Arbiter team to go into one of the other teams. Now, this team at the bottom is probably where I'd run my Arbiter, right? You're going to win the speed race. Even if you're giving up 100K, you're going to win the speed race here. There's no turn meter fill that you have to worry about, right? It is a somewhat tanky team. There might be a bolster set there. Could just be a shield set. You take the Wukong. You bring in the Deacon. Now you've got your 2 turn meter fills, your buff strip, and a double nuke. That's going to handle that team just fine. Right? Now you've won 2 out of 3. Right? And you've done them, so you get more value out of your go first team when you have a Tormund team in your 3v3. He's hugely effective as a counter. He's really good. And so is Valkyrie. Valkyrie is really good. By the way, when you build this team, Valkyrie's probably going to be your second fastest champion. Elva's going to be your fastest. You need your cleanser to go next, right? And Valkyrie's going to be pretty fast because you want her turn meter to be close to full so that when she gets that turn meter fill, she actually activates her turn so she could put out her counterattack. Um, now one of the things that you do have to worry about, like in this particular scenario here, is if Valkyrie goes before Uko could use the buff removal, and then you lose your counterattack and your shield. You could also have a scenario where like the block debuffs goes up on Leorius, and Leorius dies and doesn't come back. So like this, there is some danger here. I'm not saying there isn't. You're kind of relying on either Tormund or Valkyrie really getting their team disrupted. And they have two buff removal champions here with Kimmy and Uko. So, theoretically, this is where you would go. Maybe it wouldn't work in terms of the timing, but that's why like you need those passives to be fully empowered. You need them as, fast as possible, as close to where they need to be, as accurate as possible, whatever they need to make sure the passives go off at the right moment, and then have the team, stay connected so that once you disconnect the go first team, you need to be able to crush them. You can use provokes there, you can use damage to just kill them out, you can use all sorts of stuff. Obviously, with 2 revivers, you need to be able to nuke out the revivers. There's that. But my point stands, like from a theory crafting standpoint, right? Like this team is really interesting. You've got 2 different ways to disrupt the go first team. And then, you've got your cleanse if you need it, and your nuker who's actually going to get value out of getting hit. And it's hard to remove off of the board because of the unkillable. You could do the same thing with a Skull Crown, by the way. If anybody's out there and you have a Skull Crown, you could use Skull Crown in place of Leorius. It does the exact same thing. You could also put somebody in Swift Parry if you don't have somebody who has an unkillable buff. Just put them in Swift Parry if you have a good set, and you can potentially work the same kind of magic there. Remember, you still have Elva as the emergency reviver. So even with the Swift Parry, if it doesn't work, you still have a backup. That's a lot of theory there. But yeah, so in terms of your roster, one of the things about 3v3 is just dedicating certain champions to PvP and building them specifically for PvP. Sometimes that's manipulating their speeds. Sometimes it's the set you pick, like Swift Parry or Stone Skin. Sometimes it's, what boots you put. Do you put speed boots on them, or do you put like attack percentage, defense percentage, whatever it happens to be? Do you want the champions to go more slowly and go second? One of the things that you'll run into, you don't have a UDK, but one of the things that you'll run into is super slow UDKs in Stone Skin. They're running at like 110 speed with a 2-turn Stone Skin up because they're passive, and the Stone Skin just combined for so much defense that running them really slow is more valuable than running fast, So yeah, I've been shouting stuff at you for a while. But what I would say is, in terms of some champions to consider, if you need another damage dealer, Hefrak gives you a really interesting damage dealer who not only hits really, really hard, but lets you use him with a go first team or a go second team. So he's super flexible. And then as far as your maybe non-damage dealers are concerned, Shuzhen, Lysandra are great setup champions. And then Valkyrie and Tormund are great counter champions. And then, you're going to build Lady Mikage anyway, and she's a great ally attack champion. You already have a great ally attack champion. You got the 2 best ally attack champions in the game. So, you can afford to dedicate some of these champions to purely PvP builds, masteries, sets, all that stuff. So you just have to pick. You just have to pick whoever you like. By the way, Yumiko, this champion needs to be built very soon, very, very soon on your account. She is one of the most powerful champions in the game. Like, I'm not even talking about PvP. You want her for PvE. You want her for PvP. You want her for Hydra. You want her for Doom Tower. You want her for Clan Boss. You want her everywhere. This skill is so incredibly strong. Dance of Time. Decreases the cooldown of all ally skills by 3 turns, and it increases the cooldown of all enemy skills by 3 turns. She's incredibly powerful in Arena with that. She's a lockout champion, right? She's also the reset champion. So you want her. So consider pulling her out of the vault and prioritizing her in the next few weeks. I know you've got a lot on your plate, but she is maybe like the third or fourth best champion on your roster. She's top 5 on your roster, including the mythic champions. She's a top 5 champion on your roster. I mean, the only other champions that compare to Yumiko in just terms of sheer power and versatility are Krisk and Cardiel. Like, those are the only 2 champions. I mean, they're all better than Lydia. They're all better than Sify in my mind. I know some people think Sify's like the best champion in the entire game. But in terms of versatility, those 3 champions provide you so much, you know, and so if this were my account, these 3 champions would be the 3 most important champions on my account. And then when you get Mithrala, she'll be slotted into that. You know, and then probably like Newt. So it's like those 4 champions and Newt, and you can do everything in the game. You know, and that's including these 2. I mean, they're both phenomenal. So they're right there as well, but it's hard for me to say who I would put first, the Void Legendaries or the Mythics, because I don't have the Mythics yet. I don't know. So, yeah. All right. So I think if you're all set, Neil, we're going to call it there. It's more of a coaching session than a takeover, which is what I expected. You know, your account is absolutely stacked. I'm jealous. I'm super jealous. You have like 10 champions I just love to have, that I want so bad. So bad. Absolutely. I still don't have my Kymar. I don't have a Kymar yet. That drives me nuts. I don't have Sify. You know, I don't have Lysandra. I don't have Shuzhen. I don't have, no, I think I might have pulled a Hefrak recently. I don't have Yumiko. Yumiko is my number 1 desired champ right now, and Krisk is like my number 2 desired champ. This is my 1 and 2 right now. And then the other one's Duchess. So those are my top 3: Yumiko, Krisk, and Duchess. And you don't have a Duchess, but that doesn't make me feel any better at all. At all. Also, this guy's real fun. Bad Alcazar, OG, and Tahanarok. The stacked account, dude. And Terrace. I mean, I could do a 12-hour stream just on your account. Crazy. It's crazy fun. All right. So thanks so much, Neo, for letting me tool around. Son, why don't we reset the wheel? I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll spin the wheel. So just a quick reminder for everybody out there, if you haven't done this before, you want to go to our Discord community. You need to sign up for our Discord community. You will see a section called the Coaching Corner. In that section, you will see a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. You want to react to Son's message in that channel. That's where we'll add people to the wheel. He's going to refresh the wheel. So I don't know. Did you already do that, Son? Are you there, Son?
Yeah. Oh, yes. My mic's not working.
Yeah, there you
Oh,
are.
yeah. All set.
All right. So he's reset the wheel. So you can react now. And remember to have your email address ready to go, your password ready to go, and 2-factor authentication ready to go. Don't add 2-factor authentication if you don't currently have it on, because it could lock you out for a couple hours. And then as soon as you win your takeover, you want to send me a DM with your login information. You want to jump into the coaching voice with us. You want to mute the stream so you can hear me live, and then just send me a DM about what it is that you're interested in me doing. So I will be back in 3 minutes. Son will make sure that you're all taken care of. Be right back. son. You're supposed to entertain the people.
Yeah. I've been sitting here talking this entire time and it's not working.
Wait. Try now.
Hello, hello, hello.
So it's your microphone that
I think
was the issue.
I wouldn't say that.
No, it's
I
not my
wouldn't say
headset.
that.
Because I walked like 20 feet away from the computer, and I can still hear you on this floor. Like, as long as I don't leave the floor, I can still hear you. And if I can still hear you, they can hear you. So it
Well,
wasn't my.
but so could you hear me?
No, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, burn it down. Everything's breaking.
So it's just 90 seconds of
Everything's
silence
falling
midstream.
apart.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I was over here. I was talking. I was answering people's questions. And it's just into the void. Beautiful. beautiful. 110 people muted me instantly.
Leo
Didn't
can't
want
be CC'd while his A2 is available. Can Leorius not be crowd controlled? I don't own a Leorius. Let me check him out. Wow. He's immune to CCs when this skill is not on cooldown. Okay, so that's good to know. So just before we leave this account, that's a good thing to know. I didn't know that this was part of his kit. Makes him even more badass. Right? Like, that's great. That means maybe you don't need a cleanser. You don't even need a cleanser. You just might want a reviver. I mean, the cleanser is good for the whole team. There is that. But yeah, maybe you don't even need to worry about it for Leoria. That's very cool. I didn't know that. I know he hits like a freight train. I know that, and I know he's got an unkillable debuff. Or unkillable buff. I'm sorry, not unkillable debuff. But yeah. Okay. All right. So let's drop this account here. Thank you, Neo. I appreciate it, and good luck. Let me, keep me updated. Let me know how it turns out. And yeah, we look like we got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Got almost 60 reactions. So we'll give about 30 more seconds for people to react if they want to take over. And then we will go ahead. 110 people muted. Nobody mutes Sun. Everybody loves Sun. He's so much fun. He does stuff like trolls me in my own live streams in front of the entire audience. People love that stuff. Everybody else loves that stuff. Preston says, I went against a bot that had 3 Leos in live arena. I did not win with my best team at the time. That could be tricky. Yeah, if you can't CC him, I mean, the best thing to do would be to go first, block debuffs buff, and then nuke him out. Like, that's what you would have to do, right? So you'd need a go first team that has a block debuffs buff so he doesn't get as unkillable. Or you have somebody like a Genbo who ignores unkillable. One or the other. And then you're fine. Yeah, Sabik says Genbo is the answer. I personally have no problem with Leorius's, which is why I didn't even know about the crowd control thing, because I run Genbo as my main arena nuke. Dinky. Wow, two repeat takeovers. And both clan members. Sorry, folks. I swear, I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with the picks here. Georgid is also a great answer. Yes. Anybody who ignores it, unkillable, and there are a few other champions who ignore unkillable, but those are the two that pop to mind. Actually, maybe those are the only two who ignore unkillable. Let me see if I can find that out real quick. Who ignores unkillable? Yeah, unfortunately, it's like a passive. I wonder if a Yumi Love has it listed. Sometimes he has more listed than HH does. All right, so get Dinky's info going. Why don't you shoot me a DM and let me know what kind of takeover you're looking for today. And when you get a chance, send me your authentication. You're looking for a brutal gear cleanse. First a Hydra takeover and then a gear cleanse takeover. It's a fun day today. I'm earning my keep today. Yeah, we could do that, DK. We can absolutely do. All right. Gear cleanses are tricky. And I want to say this because I was thinking about the last gear cleanse I did. And I think sometimes gamers just have a tendency, especially if you game a lot in a lot of different kinds of games, you have a tendency to gravitate towards min-maxing, optimizing, maximum efficiency. We get that FOMO. That's all part of the same kind of mentality, right? Like can't make mistakes, have to be really good because every action, every choice is a building block in a direction towards success or failure. You know, there's this magnification of small decisions because we know that collectively those small decisions mean big things. So I want to say this. You should not fear throwing away gear. Right? It's worse to hold on to even decent gear than it is to what was I saying? It's worse to what I was trying to say was like filling up your inventory with decent gear is actually an impediment. It's an impediment to things. And you won't ever remember the gear you throw away. It's not like you accidentally, used, I don't know, some legendary that you didn't think was going to be any good as a 5-star chicken. And then 3 months later, you realize Duchess shouldn't have been a chicken. It's like, it's not that level of thing. Like literally you could go in here and you could pick any piece of gear. And as soon as it's deleted, you'll forget it existed. That's what happened. You just forget it existed. And you have the silver on your account. Now, does that mean it was a great choice? No, not necessarily. Sometimes it's a bad choice to delete certain gear. Sometimes it's a good choice to delete certain gear. But my point being, like, the pain from it doesn't resonate. It doesn't stick with you. You could collectively think back and say, well, I've deleted 500 pieces of gear the wrong way, and that probably means my account could be better than it is. I've come across people who have done that. They're just like, I don't know what gear to keep, so I just delete everything. Like I just sell everything for the silver and I keep only perfect pieces. And it's like, well, maybe that's not the best either. But my point is that, like, you don't hold on to this stuff. This isn't like, it doesn't have the emotional impact. It doesn't have the mental stress levels of, like, once it's gone, you'll feel nothing but relief. You'll just be happy that you have a spot in your inventory, that you got some silver for something, and that you don't ever have to think about it again. It is hugely stress relieving to do a gear cleanse, like to be done with a gear cleanse. Do you know what I mean? Like the actual act of deleting something feels good. It's like canceling plans. You know, when you don't want to go somewhere, but you said you would, and then all of a sudden somebody is like, "Oh yeah, by the way, so and so had COVID, so we're canceling the whole thing." You're like, "Oh, that feels so much better." Like I didn't want to go anyway. You know, like that's how I feel about deleting gear. It's great. It's great. I love deleting gear. It's stressful to get up like the energy level to do it, to be like, all right, I'm gonna have to spend the next 3.5 hours scrolling through my gear and deleting stuff and stressing out about it. Yeah, so like Dinky says, when I do my gear cleanse, I just want to keep everything. So feel free to sell all the bad stuff. It's like, yeah, okay. You know, we want to keep everything. It's hard to do a gear cleanse. So I'm going to walk you through. Well, before we do that, we have to check the account level. 85, we got to check the login. Okay, not yet day 120. So chances are the gear cleanse is going to be a little bit different at this point, because my guess is based on your level versus your daily logins, you're a spender. You're probably going to have a better roster than you have gear. That means marginal gear probably stays, right? So, you know, like gear that I wouldn't keep 3, 4, 6 months from now, I might still keep it now. It also can help to have like specific builds in mind for specific champions. You look like you're an optimizer user. Do you use your gear optimizer for gear a lot? Dinky? Yeah. Okay. So what happens when you use the optimizer is you get builds like we're seeing here, right? And this isn't saying it's good or bad. I'm not saying it's good or bad. What I'm saying is this is what I'll see, and this is how I recognize an optimizer user. We've got a savage build with 2 broken pieces, right? But the stats are there, right? That's the thing the optimizer is constantly telling you to do. And if you look around, you'll see all sorts of champions that have broken sets. So let's see, here's 4 broken sets. Here's 2 broken sets. Those are built. That's 2 broken sets. This is 2 broken sets. No broken sets. No, 2 broken sets. 2 broken sets. You know, so you'll see like this. This is a really common optimizer build, right? It's 1 set. It's literally 1 set. I mean, you do have a bonus from the Merciless Shield, right? But it's 1 set and then 4 broken sets. So when you prioritize stats over sets, which is, it's more complicated than that, but that's the phrase you hear. You want to prioritize stats over sets. What happens is you end up with broken sets. You end up with good pieces in sets where they don't synergize with the champions. And you end up giving away utility or stats, like stat bonuses for the stats on the piece. Now the benefit of that, there are 2 major benefits. The major benefit is that if you reach a stat threshold for a particular build, you have your solution and you don't care that the sets are broken. You literally don't. You just need the champion to perform to a certain level. And if you know exactly what those stats are and you can hit them with broken sets, then you're happy because you found your solution. So that's one advantage. The second advantage is that it allows you to keep pieces in all sets that can be valuable simply for their stats. So it kind of alleviates the pressure from matching the stats to the sets, right? Now, there are multiple downsides to this. One downside is collectively you're giving away a lot to get what you're getting. And what I mean by that is, like, if you think about every single set as an incomplete set of some bonus, then you can figure out how many bonuses you're actually giving away when you're breaking the sets. Like, not for any one champion who's doing a specific job, but collectively on your roster, how much power are you actually giving away? How much value are you giving away? And if you're an optimizer user, over time, it becomes a huge number, it becomes a huge amount of utility or bonuses that you're giving away. Now, the second downside is that as you're collecting pieces, you are collecting pieces and leveling pieces, investing in pieces in a less than optimal way, right? You're rather than saying, I've got a piece in a set that makes sense. And so when I level this, it's an optimal collection, right? Now I'm saying like, oh yeah, if I have a resistance piece that has no resistance on it, but it has it's a crit damage glove in the resistance set, and I need crit damage gloves, and it's got crit rate as a substat, and it's like, that could get me to a stat build that I need. It's like, yes, but now literally the resistance piece is not doing you any good, and you don't have that in a set where it would be more valuable. Like, I don't know, maybe Cruel or, Swift Parry or something like that. It allows you to collect pieces more quickly, and over time, it makes your collection more janky. So it's like, there's a benefit and there's a drawback. I did a whole video on this. It was fairly controversial. Not everybody liked it. I don't really care. It's like, I still feel like I'm right. Like, collect over time, especially when you get to the 2 or 3 year mark on a free to play account, you're going to need to start to clear stuff out. Now, for where you are right now, Dinky, this is actually perfect. Like, you're doing the right thing. I don't want to give that impression. But as you do gear cleanses and you progress your account, you want to consider whether you want to continue to do this, or if you have enough effective broken pieces in the offsets that you don't need to collect anymore, right? Like, you don't really need to do that. You can start moving towards like the more optimal scenario, which is collecting the stats on the sets that make sense for that role. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. So I'm not just talking like vague words that I don't know what you're talking about, Colred. So let's start with like a damage set. So let's start with lethal. So lethal gives us 10% crit rate and ignores 25% of enemies' defense. So this is absolutely for a damage dealer, right? Absolutely for a damage dealer. So what do you do when you pull these and you get an accuracy chest plate with speed on it, or speed and resistance on it? Well, early in the game, you might be like, it's a 6-star accuracy chest piece with speed and resistance on it, or speed and HP percentage or something. It's like, that's highly usable. That's highly usable early game. Now you roll into it, say it double rolls into speed, and then you get, you get a double roll into, HP or defense or something. Now you got a 96-point accuracy chest plate with 17 speed on it and, some other good stats. And it's like, okay, but who do you put that on? Goes on a debuff. Are you going to put your debuffer in lethal? Not likely. So it's a broken piece. It's a broken piece. And that's fine, because it's going to help you reach a speed and accuracy level that you need at a certain point to solve a certain problem. How long do you want to keep doing that? What happens if 3 months from now you get another accuracy chest plate, and instead of, in the lethal set, it's now, I don't know, it's in the, well, maybe not the righteous set. It's in the Rathalos set, or it's in, the Bloodthirst set. It's in, one of these other sets. It's like, if the set doesn't make sense, like if you get it in perception, now it makes sense. Think accuracy chest plate with speed and HP or resistance or both, right? Like, well, who do you put that on? A debuffer. What's the best set for debuffers in the entire game? Perception, right? So that's where you would have preferred to pull it. And again, I'm not saying that you're doing the wrong thing if you're keeping off pieces. I'm saying, if you filled your entire collection with off pieces, every time you're using a broken set, you're giving away in a possibility of 40 accuracy and 5% speed here. And those are also stats. So it's a balancing act. You want to have a finite number of broken set pieces. So at some point, you have to start thinking about the sets that you want to cull, that you want to prevent from collecting any more broken pieces, broken set pieces. Also, you may get value out of a broken set piece that you then actually cleanse later on because it's good enough for the mid game, but it's not good enough for the late game, as a broken piece. And so it can be hard to get rid of. It can be hard to cleanse like gear that's level 16 that you've used effectively on a champion. And you might think, oh, I could put this on somebody else again. But chances are, if it has sat in your if it sat in your vault for 3 or 4 months, because you can't quite bring yourself to put it on a champion, right? Not that you haven't had an opportunity to put it on a champion, but you're looking at it and you're just like, it's not quite good. That's a great piece to cleanse. So let's look at this piece here. Now, this is not a broken piece. This is a piece that would be good for set. Let me actually, I got to do the little camera swap here so that people can see stats when we do a gear cleanse. Okay. That's the piece. So speed, crit damage, double crit damage roll, single crit rate roll, and HP. It's pretty good. It's 6 stars. At this point on this account, this is probably a hold. Like, we hold on to this. But this is what I'm talking about. As time progresses, you got to judge this piece. This is not a great piece. The offense set is a bad damage set. It's just a bad damage set, right? Like, right away, Cruel is better because it's the same attack percentage plus his 5% ignore defense. Much better in terms of damage, right? Or you've got all of the other damage sets. Even something like, Bloodthirst, which is really, effectively that you use that on a damage dealer. Even that is more versatile, right? Because Bloodthirst can go on a defensive-based champion. It can go on an HP-based champion because it's giving crit rate and lifesteal. And those, it doesn't matter the damage source. Attack, offense is only used for attack-based champions. So, at some point you're going to say to yourself, either this isn't enough crit rate for this piece, or this set isn't good enough to hold on to this piece for. Now, you don't have to cleanse it. Park it on a faction crit champion. Right? So just put it on a faction crit champion that needs to do some damage. But again, a lot of times for faction crit champions, attack-based champions, you're going to want them in lifesteal, or you're going to want them in bloodthirst. Sometimes you can use the 2 pieces of offense as the extra pieces. But whatever. It's like, it's not likely to last past the 180-day mark. Like, probably it goes before that. If you look at my account, I have almost no life gear. I have no offense gear at all. I have very little defense gear. These 3 sets get cleansed early. Now, for right now, what we're going to just do is we're going to look at the pieces in these 3 sets and see if they're good for like a mid-game account. Speed and HP I like. Speed, accuracy, and HP good. Defense, and accuracy, probably not. But it's your only helmet, so I'm going to leave it. If there was any other helmet, this is okay. But not, this is barely okay for where you're at. This piece should probably go. It does have defense and accuracy, but the crit damage rolls are not good. This is a better piece with better rolls, right? Like, if you look at these 2 pieces, defense, crit damage, accuracy, defense, crit damage, and accuracy. But this one rolled crit damage. This one rolled defense and accuracy. This is 5 stars. It's still a better piece. This is a piece you're probably not ever going to use. Crit rate, crit damage, and HP percentage sounds nice, but who do you put it on? When do you put life on somebody who's trying to do damage? Like, very few champions right now that are probably in your roster there. Defense, resistance, and HP, it's okay. Accuracy and speed, this is nice. I would roll that one up. Accuracy, speed, and crit rate on a crit damage gauntlet. Again, this is probably going to end up as a broken piece. It's 5 stars. It's got a lot of crit percentage. It's an absolute keep. I'm not saying you don't keep it. This one should be a keeper. This is actually a very good piece. You're going to get a lot of value out of this piece for the next 3 months. But what's going to happen eventually is this is going to be on a faction crit champion. Right? This is not going to stay on a champion in your main roster. Defense percentage, gloves, HP percent, HP percent. Okay, so I think out of all of them, that's the only one that I would get rid of. So what I'll say is, this is another thing. So part of a gear cleanse strategy is not collecting the pieces so that you have to cleanse them. You want to like stop them at the door. Do you know what I mean? Like when you're on a diet, don't bring the junk food home, leave it at the store, because once it's in the cabinet, you're going to eat it. It's the same thing here with gear. If you bring home bad gear, you're going to end up rolling it up. You're going to feel like you invested in it. You're not going to be willing to get rid of it. So I want you to think about these two pieces here for a second. You've got HP percentage boots. Who do you put HP percentage boots on? Normally, HP is about survival. So who do you need surviving? Revivers, cleansers, tanks. How many of those do you run slow, meaning you don't want speed boots on them? You always want speed boots on your cleanser. You always want speed boots on your reviver. Maybe a tank. Maybe a tank can run slow. Maybe you can run Tormund like we were just talking about on Neo's account. Maybe you can run Tormund really slow. You don't care about his speed. You want him to be super survivable and harder to remove. Maybe. But then do you put him in the life set? So this is a piece where you're like, the set piece, like the set bonus, which is HP, and the stat on the boot, like which is HP, those seem to make a kind of sense, but you have to be able to envision a use case that makes sense. Right? So we're like, okay, so maybe we have a double roll of accuracy on the boot substats. So a debuffer. Debuffers need to go first. Debuffers need to go in front of the damage. You can't take a debuffer out of speed boots. I don't have a single debuffer on my account that doesn't run in speed boots. Not one. So now the accuracy, you're like, okay, so maybe an HP based nuker who needs accuracy to get the maximum out of his kit. Maybe. But then you need crit rate, and you don't have crit rate as a substat. Right? So I know that it's tough to do this thought process when you're getting gear, because a lot of times you get like 20 pieces at once because you just ran 25 dragon runs. You come back and there's this whole screen of pieces. But what you need to do is, like, that screen is incredibly important. It's also incredibly frustrating because if you misclick anywhere, the screen goes away and the gear goes into your vault. But the other option here is to come to the filter as soon as, like, don't click on it on that screen. Just come here, go to the just new, and go through your just new every single day, right? Or at least a couple of times a week, so that you are, like, these are all special sets: Rathalos set, Merciless, Supersonic. So we're not going to cleanse any of that. But this is the other option for, like, just staying on top of the gear that you're bringing in. If you don't want to deal with the like loot drop screen, then you have to deal with your just new tab. And so, we go back here and it's like, this piece, when it gets to your collection, is harder to remove than it is to reject, right? When you see it on the loot drop screen, you just look at it and you're like, well, HP based boots would go on a HP based nuker, but then I need crit rate. Okay, I can just get rid of it. Right? You just have those presets in your brain. It takes a while to set up, but if it helps, you watch a video like this or you write down notes or whatever, but just have an idea. You think to yourself, okay, I know it's got, you see the nice speed substats. You're like, ooh, speed substat, accuracy substat. We always want those two substats together, and we want them on every single piece of gear except boots. We don't want them on boots. We don't care on boots unless it's, I mean, I can't even think of an unless. I can't think of an unless. Who do I put HP percentage boots on with speed and accuracy substat? What scenario? I can't think of a single one. Right? So HP percentage boots like this, nope. This is attack speed. Like these, like they're your only boots, but you shouldn't have either one of them. I'm going to delete one. Just out of principle, I'm going to delete one. So, now now you go through sort of the sets, and you can start to think of the sets that, maybe are less valuable to you. And you can increase the quality of the piece that you keep, right? So you can like increase the bar so that anything below the bar gets eliminated. So as you're looking, life, offense, and defense should be the first 3 sets where you start to really change that bar. You increase that bar as you get into the mid game. So it's like, okay, this has speed and HP. That's okay. This has accuracy and crit rate. Maybe. Roll them, see where they roll, and have an intention about a champion. Be like, this could go on this champion. This could go on this champion. If you can't envision it, it's because you outgrow these pieces. I mean, even the defense set, which is a decent set. I know people don't like the resilience set that much, but the resilience set is a better set that you will get better pieces in more quickly because you're forging this stuff. So instead of 15% for 2 pieces, 15% defense for 2 pieces, like in the defense set, you trade away 5% defense for 10% HP. It's a more versatile set that actually increases tankiness overall. It won't increase defensive damage as much, but it will increase your overall survivability more than the defense set. And you get tons of pieces in this set because you're constantly getting forge materials for it from faction crypts. So the quality of pieces is likely to be higher. So because this set exists, I keep almost no defense pieces and I keep almost no life pieces because it's better than either one of those sets, and I get better pieces, from Resilient. All right, so now let's start to go down and say, okay, what are some other sets that maybe we can start to deprioritize? Crit rate kind of hovers for a while. You can find some use for crit rate even at end game. Accuracy dips, right? Because you just get more and more and more perception, and perception is typically better. So it's not that you don't want to have any accuracy gear. It's that if you do have accuracy gear, your bar can be set very high. It needs to be an excellent piece. It needs to be a really, really good piece in the accuracy set in order to qualify. This piece, it doesn't fit, right? It's got speed and accuracy as a substat. It didn't have accuracy as a substat. It had speed. You double rolled into crit damage and you pushed it to 12 anyway. It should have been chucked as soon as it rolled the first roll into crit damage. In fact, it might not even, it's a 6-star, and depending on when you got it on your account, it makes sense. But this is a piece you're not going to use. Who are you going to put it on? If you want speed and accuracy, you get as much value here. Like you're getting 9 accuracy and 6 speed. Just any perception set. Perception set with no substats is going to give you better value than this piece. So you're not going to use this. You're never going to use this piece. Now, by the way, there is an option that we can talk about, which is this piece makes me sad. This piece makes me sad. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that piece. I know it's level 16. There is an option that we don't normally talk about with our gear cleanses, and that is the ore. You can re-roll gear pieces. So if you're going to re-roll gear pieces, I highly suggest that you have at least a triple roll into a stat, and that you focus on the top 3 pieces. You want to focus on weapons, helmets, and shields, because those main stats don't change. So for instance, if you take a boot, let's say you take a flat defense boot, I don't know, and you get a triple roll into a substat, and you're like, ooh, I could potentially turn this into a speed boot with triple crit roll crit rate. You'd be like, that'd be fantastic. It's like, yeah, but now you have to hit on 2 things. You have to hit on the speed, right? And remember, boots can be 7 different stats, right? Flat attack, flat defense, flat HP, percentage attack, percentage defense, percentage HP, and speed. 7 potential main stats. So you have a 1 in 7 chance of landing that one. And then you have all of the substats, all of the different substats that you have when you are redoing the piece. Now, so there's the dust situation, but that's for the Ascensions, which is different. But so basically, like when you're re-rolling, the boots they're generally the worst to re-roll because there's typically one or two usable main stats, even though there are like multiple usable substats, and you have to roll into both. Chest piece and gauntlets are a little bit better than boots, not much, because for chest piece, I would say there are probably, 5 usable substats out of 8, although resistance and accuracy are much less usable than attack percentage, defense percentage, and HP percentage. And the substats are all pretty much usable depending on what the main stat is. So I would say it's a little bit better chance there. With gauntlets, it's better than boots, but worse than chest piece, right? So gauntlets, basically, there are 4 usable. There are probably 4 usable main stats, but realistically, crit rate isn't that usable as you get through the mid game. Like as you're entering the later stages of the mid game, crit rate gloves become so annoying. You'll constantly get them, and you'll be like, especially 5-star crit rate gloves. You're like, why even bother? Why are you doing that to me? You want crit damage glove, or you want HP percentage gloves or defense percentage gloves. You very rarely want attack percentage gloves, so that's not really a usable piece for most champions except bomb champions. And you don't want any of the flat stats. So it's HP percentage, defense percentage, crit rate, crit damage. Those are the 4 that are usable, but like I said, crit rate's it's not usable late game. Okay, so the accuracy set is a set we can start doing some cleanses on. For a set like this, I would say you need to have the right substats. Like if you don't have accuracy as a substat, there's no point in keeping the piece. So no accuracy here, no accuracy here. It does have double crit rate roll. This is something that shouldn't have made it through the door, but now that it has made it through the door and it's been rolled twice and it's got 19% crit rate, that's a lot. So we're going to hold on to it. This is okay. This is understandable. Speed, crit rate, crit damage, 3 great substats in an accuracy set, even though it doesn't have accuracy. And that's fine. It rolled at least once into crit rate, twice into crit damage. That could go on somebody. 5 stars might never go on anybody, but it's at least worth holding on to for right now. This piece can go. It's 5 stars. This piece can go. This piece can go. No accuracy and no speed. No. And this is a 4-star. So that would leave you with 1 helmet and 1 weapon, but that's probably all you need, really. That's a good piece. That's a good piece. Double crit rate. I'll leave it for now. This is a piece that probably should not be rolled, right? It's like, doesn't have accuracy and doesn't have speed. Just crit rate without crit damage. Really tricky. Really tricky to find a home for that one. This one's okay. Maybe. The rolls went the right way for like 1 build, right? A lot of defense and HP. That's a tanky build. Who do you need the crit rate and crit damage on? Like if this were speed, accuracy, HP, and defense, and it rolled this way, you'd be like, oh, that's a god tier piece. But this is a really wonky piece. I don't know what to do with that piece. I don't know who I would ever put that on. But I'll leave it for now just because it's got good. This is okay. So this is a gauntlet that we see when we do cleanses a lot. It's a crit damage gauntlet without crit rate. It's really hard. It's really, really hard to get enough crit rate on a build where you're using a crit damage gauntlet. It's almost impossible. It's not impossible, but it's almost impossible to do it when you don't have crit rate substats on the gauntlets themselves, unless you're putting it on a champion that only needs like 70% crit rate because there's a crit rate buff in the team composition. Or, they naturally don't need 100% crit rate for some reason. So this is, one of those where you're like, this would go on a specific champion. And if you had that champion in mind, then fine. Additionally, you've triple rolled into this, right? So this is like one of those things where I wouldn't have kept it, but maybe because you're relatively early in the game, you keep it. And then you get a triple roll into defense, which is completely useless as itself. Like it doesn't provide enough of a stat to really make you tanky. Like if this were a triple defense percentage roll, it would be better. Then you'd think, okay, defensive based nuker, right? This is like really marginal. So unless you have a specific champion, like this is just going to sit in your vault for a year and you're going to feel bad about it and you're never going to get rid of it. And it's probably because it shouldn't have been rolled, to start with. This is one of those things you leave at the store. Again, I'm not criticizing. I'm not saying you shouldn't have done this. I'm not trying to like scold you for this. I'm trying to say, like, moving forward, this is the kind of piece that's so marginal. Why force yourself into this scenario? Like, don't do that to yourself. Free yourself, from the need for this. Don't bring this home in the first place. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's accuracy, main stat accuracy, and the accuracy set. It's got reasonable substats. They're not awesome, but they're reasonable. This is okay. That's marginal. This is okay. Okay. So we've cleared some of those. All right. Resistance, all resistance gear, every single piece of resistance gear should have resistance as a substat. If it doesn't have resistance as a substat, it needs to be very tanky or very fast. It has to be one or the other. So don't get in the habit of taking any kind of damage in the resistance set. Like, you really don't need it unless you can envision a specific build for a damage dealer that you need high resistance. There's no purpose. So like this piece right here, speed, accuracy, crit rate. The reason you kept it is because it's a 6-star piece with 3 substats you always want everywhere else. But the crit rate doesn't really do it here in this piece. Speed works and accuracy actually works in the resistance set. That's fine. But it's like the reason this got kept is because, oh yeah, these are it's like it was probably just an instinctive reaction. I'm always looking for those 3 substats. I got all 3 of them. 6-star piece. I'm going to roll it up. In fact, you didn't have the accuracy when you got the piece. It was just speed and crit rate. But every resistance piece needs resistance as a substat. If you are going for a resistance build, typically the number is the highest number that you need in the game. You need more resistance than you need accuracy. You need more resistance than you need speed. You need more resistance than you need to pile resistance. It's got to be a crazy number before it's even valuable. And when I say, resistance is higher than accuracy, like accuracy has to be higher than resistance to overcome it. But there are so many sources of accuracy in the game, and the champions who need accuracy pile that accuracy on and get other substats with it. Think of the difference between perception and resistance. When you take a perception piece, you get 40 accuracy. Here in resistance, you get 40 resistance. That seems pretty balanced, but you get 5% speed on perception, and you don't get that with resistance, right? And so if you need speed here on the resistance set, you have to get it from a substat. You don't always have to do that with the perception set. So it's just like a little bit stat poor, right? Plus, if you're not going with resistance, if you're going with a cleanse, or let's say you're going with an immunity set, or you're going with a block debuffs, you literally need 0 resistance. You can completely throw out the stat. So in order for it to be effective, you need all of it, or it's not effective. Like, you need as much as you can pile on to cross the threshold where the boss can't debuff you, or the enemy team can't debuff you, or it's literally not worth having any. It's all throwaway stats. You just wasted 300 resistance. Why? Because you needed 350, and the 300 doesn't do anything for you. So it's like, it's just one of those stats where it's like, if you need it, you need so much of it. So this, piece, this is a really marginal piece here. And I think, this one you had speed and crit rate, and this one you had speed and crit damage, and you rolled both of them. And actually, what you rolled into improved the piece. Rolling into accuracy here improved the piece, and rolling into defense here improved the piece. And you wouldn't be in this dilemma if you didn't bring these pieces home, right? Like speed and crit rate, nah, maybe I don't need it for resist. Like resistance and speed would be great. Here's a piece that's, same thing. Okay. So what we'll probably do is we'll probably keep the speed roll ones. and we'll just get rid of the 5 stars and we'll hold on to the 6 stars because you don't need the 5 stars and the 6 stars. You will probably never use these pieces, but if you do, like, you're definitely not going to use the 5-star pieces. Attack percentage, no speed, no accuracy, no crit rate. No need for that one. This one's a little bit better. It is kind of tanky. It's an off piece. Like, you're not going to use that in the set. This is another one. Like, this one, there's no resistance, there's no speed. It's an attack percent chest plate in a survivability set, right? Resistance is all about surviving, and attack percentage is all about doing damage. So this will literally never go on anybody. Never go on anybody. All right, so let's start moving a little faster. I've been up on my soapbox for a while. I apologize. All right. Crit damage set. Anything with crit rate is good. Anything that doesn't have crit rate is bad. So go on. Nope. Nope. Good. Nope. Meh. Nope. A triple roll I wouldn't throw out, right? Because you could always re-roll that. No. 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 Attack percentage gauntlets, no. Defense percentage gauntlets with crit damage and crit rate. This is okay. It's not great. But one of the things that you can do with a gauntlet like this in the early or early mid game is you could put this on a defensive based damage dealer. So instead of having a crit damage gauntlet with a crit rate substat, you have a damage stat, main stat, defense in this case, and you have the crit damage and the crit rate in the substats. This is actually viable on a defensive based nuker. And the flip side of this is it makes that defensive based nuker even tankier because instead of having crit damage in this set, they have a stat that also increases survivability. So this is a usable piece in very rare cases. And by the time you get to endgame, you're probably not going to want many pieces like this in your collection. I'm not going to get rid of the chess pieces because they're the only ones you have. Speed, but no crit rate. Speed with crit rate. Even if it's a single roll, that just makes life so much easier. That means you don't have to find it elsewhere. This one has crit rate. This one doesn't. I'm going to get rid of the 5-star. Yeah, okay. So we get rid of 10 pieces there. Accuracy, resistance, lifesteal. Lifesteal is kind of like a damage set. You basically need crit rate on it all the time. If you don't have crit rate on it, like if you have this one, resistance, speed, and accuracy, those substats go on a cleanser or maybe a debuffer or a healer, maybe a reviver. You never put any of those champions, any of those roles in lifesteal. So this becomes an off piece. But if it were an off piece, if you wanted it to be a really good off piece, right, it would either need to roll more into speed. I mean, I guess it's an okay off piece. It's an okay off piece. But it's marginal at best because I don't think it's enough resistance to really, like, if it had rolled twice into accuracy, I would say it's better, right? Because that would have been like 30 accuracy would be more valuable. But I guess I'll leave it. This one it's the same thing. It's the same stats. It's just slightly rolled slightly differently. Less speed. More accuracy. I don't think you need both pieces. And you definitely don't need all 3 of these pieces. Let's just get rid of the... we'll get rid of this one. Because this one's more flexible, I guess. No, this one's got more speed. Let's get... All right, no crit rate. There's a good piece. Accuracy, crit rate, attack, fine. Double crit rate, good. Double speed. Might feel really good, but it's got no crit rate on it. And it doesn't have accuracy on it. Who are we going to put it on? It's also only 13 speed with a double roll, which is low, right? Because normally that was like a 5, a 4, and a 4. Right? Not even a 14 or a 15. So I would probably get rid of this. Yeah, I'd probably get rid of that. Okay, it's got crit rate. This one is tough. It's a lot of crit damage. That's a decent, like you rolled pretty well with your crit damage there. That's a 6, a 7, and a 7. Unfortunately, you know, what you could do with this is take it up to 6 stars and hope your last substack goes into crit rate. 6 stars. You could take it up to level 16. Sorry. You take it up to level 16 and hope you get at least like 5 or 6% or maybe 7% crit rate. And then it might be, then it's viable for somebody, especially for somebody maybe who only needs like 70% or 85% crit rate. You could put it on somebody for a faction crypt. So we'll hold on to that. I can see a use. I don't think it's likely. This is an unfortunate piece, but it's got enough accuracy to maybe warrant being an off piece. Attack percentage. That's kind of like what we were talking about before with the crit damage gloves. That's a lot of speed, but all right, crit rate. This is defense, no crit rate. That's got to go. That's got at least some crit rate. Accuracy, no speed, no crit rate. HP percentage and defense percentage can be good. You know, even if that's not the attack stat, but you need crit rate and crit damage. Accuracy is almost never usable in lifesteal, but that's got a lot of speed. I'll leave it for now. This one can go, though. This one can go as well. You don't need 4 different chest plates in accuracy with one roll of speed. Like either it's really fast and accurate or it's not. Why? You don't need it. You don't need it. Defense percentage boots, but no crit rate, no crit damage, no speed, no accuracy. Even this one's tough. There's no crit rate. All right, so let's get rid of that. Fury is a totally trash set, but if you're going to keep pieces, you want damage pieces, right? So crit rate, crit damage. Resistance chest piece doesn't make sense here. Don't need it. I know you might think, well, I want to fill out a set, you know, and that was like my only chest piece. Just go farm it because what you've got is unusable. This is marginally usable. This is marginally usable. This piece is not. This has to be a nuker set, right? And it has to be a nuker set that basically, like a Leorius could go in this. Like Fury damage increases as HP decreases. You want him operating close to 0 HP. So you don't want defense stats. You don't want, like, you might want resistance, but like too much HP is bad too. Okay, Days set is one of my least favorite sets. I tend to get rid of everything in this set. I literally carry nothing in this set. But if you're going to carry something in this set, think about who it would go on. Typically, Days would go on an AoE champion. Well, no, a champion with a single target A1 who has at least 1 3-turn cooldown AoE, maybe 2. Not a damage dealer. Could be a tank. Could be a tank. You probably don't need damage stats on this set. You probably want tank stats on this set. Accuracy, speed, resistance, HP percentage, and defense percentage. That's what you want. Crit rate and crit damage. I don't think you're going to put this on a damage dealer ever. It's 4 pieces. To give away that much damage on a damage dealer, I mean, you might put it on somebody who's like ostensibly doing damage, but you're just using them as, you know, a crowd control champion. But then you're typically using a stun set, not a daze set. So I feel really comfortable eliminating 100% of my daze gear. I'm sure I've thrown out perfect pieces that could be good offset pieces. I don't care. This is what I'm talking about. I never think about it again. I just delete every daze piece. I'm like, thank you for giving me a set that's so bad that I don't even have to think about it. It makes my life better. You know, it's just silver. I just see this as 30,000 silver. That's all it is, right? Like, or in this case, it could be like 50, 60,000 silver. Yeah. So, you know, this is literally just thank you for the silver. That's a huge amount of silver. I don't need that piece ever, you know, and I feel that way about the entire set. Like, I have zero days pieces. Are there scenarios under which you can get some utility out of days? Absolutely. They are so few and far between, and so relatively irrelevant to any kind of progress or solution creation that the set may not as well not exist. Provoke is better. Stun is better. Or a damage set is better. Or a speed set is better. Or a perception set is better. Like, depending on what you're trying to do. So I don't even bother keeping pieces in the set. Let's see. Not damage, though. If it's damage, we don't want. See, this is mostly all damage. So if it's a really good off piece, then, you know, okay. But otherwise, like, this is if you're going to use the day set, this is a piece that makes more sense. You'd probably want speed on it, but accuracy, defense, and HP, that makes sense. Okay, HP as main stat is fine, but you're probably going to want speed, accuracy, resistance, HP. Like, it's got a little bit of defense. It's not bad. This is an offset piece, though. You know, that's okay. It's not awful. This is bad. Right, this can't make up its mind. It rolled into attack percentage. It's got crit damage, but it's also got HP percentage and defense percentage. Accuracy with crit rate. I mean, the only champion that this goes on is somebody like Allure, who you don't want in days anyway, right? Like, that doesn't make sense to put Allure in days. That'd be kind of funny, actually. I guess you could. But you'd want her faster. Just put her in speed or perception. No. Okay, speed. Just, it doesn't sort of matter what the substats are on speed. So 6 pieces going there. Cursed, I'm going to leave alone. Frost is a tricky set because I think there's fun utility to be had here. I think players could actually get a lot more value out of the Frost set than they get. We don't use this enough. I think this set is actually viable on certain champions, but I don't think you're likely to use it. What I do for my sets, honestly, you get a lot of Frost that you're not going to use. I just throw away 5-star pieces. You know, or at least 5-star rare pieces. Unfortunately, all your 5-star rares have rolled well. Yeah, this piece I would get rid of. Okay, so, you know, when you think about, like, the Frost set, it's almost always going to be a very tanky, it needs to be a very tanky champion. So not accuracy on the chest plate. It's got to be defense percentage or HP percentage. No attack percentage, no accuracy. Maybe in very rare cases, resistance. But no, not attack percentage. So this would be an offset piece, except it's attack percentage with no crit rate, so that can go. Right? The accuracy there won't play. Not enough speed for accuracy to matter. Not enough defenses for accuracy to make sense. The attack percentage doesn't work because there's no crit rate or crit damage. So we can chuck that. I don't really like this piece either, but I'm going to leave it for now. Okay, so let's get out of that set. Frenzy, 5% turn meter for each debuff received. This is just as bad as Daze, if not worse. So I tend to just get rid of it, unless they're just perfect pieces. So again, 5-star rares, gone. Just, I don't even care. Like, we don't want this gear. We don't want to hold on to potential offset pieces in this gear unless it's beautiful. You know, so just 5-star rares are rarely going to be that beautiful, especially once you're into sort of the meat of the mid game. I'm going to leave all of the regen because at this point of the game, you just need good regen pieces. But accuracy is probably the stat that people hold on to in this set that they shouldn't hold on to. It's very, very rare that you need accuracy. So if you're going to hold on to an accuracy piece, it should be a perfect piece, which means it has to have speed and it has to have probably HP percentage or defense percentage or both as substats. So, resistance is not a bad stat on regeneration set. But I think I see more accuracy chest plates in this set get held onto and never used. Because if you are going to use one, it needs to have perfect substats. So you can get rid of accuracy, like you can get rid of all your accuracy chest plates. You can probably get rid of this resistance chest plate. This is, much more usable. Much more usable. A little bit more usable because at least it has speed. Attack percentage is not a good stat in regeneration. It does have defense and speed as substats, but probably not usable anyway. Like this is more usable, even with awful substats. It's just got a main stat that you actually want because it synergizes with the set. So I'll get rid of those. All right. Immunity is a weird set because honestly, immunity takes the place of resistance, but it only does it for 2 turns. So if you want to do a resist build where you like resist for more than 2 turns, you never take immunity. If you take immunity, there's no point in resistance, right? Because immunity just will resist everything for 2 turns. So why have resistance at all? You don't need it. So immunity should never have resistance on it. It's weird to think that way, right? But it's literally like if you're using an immunity set, you don't need resistance. And if you want resistance, you don't get it from an immunity set, you get it from a resistance set, right? It's like it's 2 resistance sets give you 80 resistance that you're giving away from the immunity set. So immunity should never have resistance on it, weirdly enough, right? And actually, I think it's a usable set. I do think it's a usable set, but typically, who are you going to want immunity on, right? You're going to want immunity on a reviver or a cleanser, right? That's really the setup. You want immunity on the reviver or the cleanser. There are a couple of use cases, really weird use cases like Solutions in Doom Tower and City of Centranos, where you could potentially put a damage dealer in immunity because all you need to do is make sure that during the first turn or 2, they don't get CC'd or killed or whatever. So there are some kind of crazy solutions you could get out of that, but chances are most players won't ever employ those solutions. But if you're interested in those, you could build an immunity set with like crit rate, crit damage, and do all that. But if you're thinking cleanser and reviver, here's the issue with the immunity set. The now I can't even think of the name of the set. The Stone Skin set's better. Right? The Stone Skin set is better because it's basically an immunity set that also has a shield on it. Right? Immunity can be removed. Stone Skin can be removed. Stone Skin can be removed only 50% of the time because of the passive like thing. Whereas immunity doesn't have that. It's not protected. So like you would rather just run Stone Skin than immunity. There may be some cases where that's not true, or there may be some pieces in immunity gear that are so good that they're worth keeping. But what that means is for an immunity set, again, it's a usable set, but the bar for the pieces you keep has to be really, really high. The substats have to be right. The main stats have to be right. It has to roll well. All of those things have to be true, or it's not worth keeping in your vault because you will literally never use them. You'll just go down. You'll have hundreds of more Stone Skin sets, and you'll just use those instead. Yeah. Let me just see. Mr. Bean says, don't think Colred has acknowledged the chat is this pre-recorded. In some cases, accuracy is better to build than resistance. And people say the reason that immunity is not for revivers is either for most champs or your cleanser. All revivers cleansers need resistance, especially after immunity runs out. I'm not sure what the argument is about. Think of it this way. Let's go to resistance. If we are trying to resist the effect of the enemy, we don't want to get debuffed. We don't want our turn meter reduced. We don't want to be CC'd. That's the goal for the champion build. We have a 4-piece immunity set, or we could do 4 pieces of resistance. 4 pieces of resistance are worth 80 resistance. Like 4 pieces of the resistance set give you 80 resistance. 4 pieces of the immunity set give you no resistance, right? Like as a set bonus. So stat distribution being the same, you're going to have 80 more resistance from the resistance set. So if you're going for a resistance build where you are trying to resist the effect of the enemy, resistance as a set is better than immunity as a set. However, if you can't be certain that you're going to reach the resistance level because you don't know how much accuracy the enemy has, or you don't have good resistance gear and you need just a little bit of immunity for the first couple of turns, or you want to save all the stats and you only need 1 or 2 turns of resistance, then all of a sudden immunity becomes valuable because now you don't need resistance substats at all. It frees you up to get out of the resistance game, right? The immunity says, I need no resistance. I've got all the resistance covered. I don't need the resistance stat because I just have immunity. To try to go for immunity and resistance is like, it's splitting your focus. You would be better off going all resistant if you wanted resistant because you could get more of it. So if the fight goes more than 2 rounds and you need resistance for round 3 or round 4 or round 5, then immunity is pretty bad, right? Because it hasn't helped you in either way. It hasn't lasted long enough, and it doesn't give you the resistance stats that the resistance set give you. But if just 1 or 2 turns of immunity is all you need to like establish what you're trying to accomplish, then you need no resistance because immunity's got you covered. There are very, very few chances that resistance in the immunity set is going to be super helpful, right? You're better off either going full resistance or going full immunity and not going both. Or if you really want resistance, you come down here and you do righteous if you can get these pieces, right? Because this gives you a full resistance set plus speed, which is even better for most of the champions you want resistance on. So like I was saying before, like if you're in the immunity set, you could put a damage dealer in the immunity set. Just like you could put a damage dealer in Stone Skin. It's the same concept. Stone Skin is just immunity taken to an extreme, right? Like it's the same concept as the immunity set, but stronger, right? It's like now we're not just protecting against debuffs. Now we're protecting against buff strips. Now we're protecting against damage. So it's like an immunity set on crack, right? It's like, or steroids or whatever. It's like, so think about how you use Stone Skin. You don't build Stone Skin on somebody and then put a ton of resistance on your Stone Skin for the same purpose, because either the immunity or the Stone Skin is enough or it isn't. If it is enough, then you're good. If it's not enough, you don't build it. You build a different set. Okay. Shield set. Shield set should always have HP somewhere. Other than that, you can really, I mean, it's almost always on a healer buffer champion. You typically don't put shield sets on debuffers. You can, but the optimal setup is to put it on a champion that doesn't need accuracy, right? So that allows you to put more stats into the tankiness of it, right? Make the shield even bigger. So, you know, you could be looking for speed and accuracy, but like this is a really nice piece, right? Because it's got 4 stats that all make sense for the champion that you're likely to put it on. Unfortunately, this is an HP percentage. That would be even better, right? If it were speed, resistance, HP percentage, and defense percentage, that would literally be, you know, 4 perfect stats because you don't need accuracy and resistance does play. You know, this is a nice piece. double rolled into HP, which is actually what you want. You're not likely to put this on a damage dealer. It's almost always going to go on a buffer or a healer, maybe a reviver, maybe a tank. It could go on somebody like that has a huge HP pool naturally, that isn't a damage dealer. So an HP based tank or an HP based support would be good. Speed is not as huge a it's not as huge a consideration here. Like, you'll want some speed on some speed sets, because sometimes when you buff, like if you have a buff champion, you want the buffer to go before other champions who are getting buffed to, do damage or something like that. But sometimes, your healers go at the end of the rotation. You want everybody to take damage first and then your healers go. So if it's on a healer, you can have kind of a slow healer and a shield set. And so HP is important, accuracy, resistance, defense. Things you don't really need are crit rate and crit damage, attack percentage. You don't need, for the most part. I can't really think of a scenario where you're like, okay, I want to stack attack percentage on a shield set. It doesn't make sense. So HP percentage. So this chess piece, this is only ever going to be a broken piece, and that's fine. Like, you can have some of those, but if that were the case, you would probably want it to have rolled a little bit better. Maybe you want it as an epic piece, as a rare chess piece. I know it's 6 stars. Maybe based on where you are in the game, you find a use for it, but chances are you won't. This is better. This is a better piece. Like, we would have preferred HP percentage, but you want tankiness out of your shield champion probably. This has got accuracy as well, so it could be on a debuffer. Debuffers aren't quite as commonly in shield as buffers are, but they can be. There's certainly a ton of debuffers who are kind of tanky debuffers who have nice HP pools that you could put this in, and that would be some value there. But yeah, I'd probably get rid of this attack percentage piece. Relentless, I'm not really going to do a big cleanse on Relentless. But with Relentless, you almost always want speed. To not have a speed substat on Relentless gear hurts. And you can go through this and be like, all right, I literally, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I have 9 weapons and only 3 of them have speed on them, and only one of those has crit rate. So it's like, I got this one potential damage dealer, weapon, and it's got a roll into resistance, and it's not perfect. So it's like you end up holding on to a lot of Relentless because you're always worried about completing a set. But at least look that the substats have rolled in the ways that make sense. This is actually a very good piece. Double roll into speed, single roll into accuracy. There are a lot of champions that you could use in Relentless with accuracy. There are a lot of champions that you could use in Relentless with accuracy. So this is actually a very nice piece. That's probably the best weapon that you have. This doesn't have speed. It doesn't have crit rate. I know it's a 6-star legendary. It's hard to get rid of. But I'm trying to think of like who that would go on. Like, it should go on a damage dealer, but it doesn't have speed, so it doesn't really work with Relentless. And then it also doesn't have crit rate. So this is what I would probably do with this piece, is I would roll it one more time and see if it triple rolls. Or if it rolls somewhere else, you could like see if it gets 2 double rolls, right? So 2 double rolls and then re-roll, like use an ore on it. Use an ore on it and see if you get like crit rate and speed or something. Maybe you'll get lucky. You'll get speed and accuracy. Because as it is, it's not usable. So either sell it or invest in the chance that it turns into a beautiful god tier piece, because this still has a chance to do that. In fact, I'll go ahead and level it to 12 just to see if we get crit damage again. You didn't. You got into accuracy. Now, you could double roll into accuracy and still have this worth a reroll. It is a 6-star legendary ore. So it's an expensive ore for something that doesn't have at least a triple roll. So you're going to want to roll it again. See, either get 2 double rolls or a triple roll. And, you could leave that for the artifact enhancement event that's coming up. I would say the same thing of literally all of these. They all have a double roll, except for this one. This one actually has crit rate and accuracy. It's very marginal. very marginal. But what I would say is this one, and this one, they all have double rolls with a single roll. See if they roll triple rolls, and then you could potentially, these are, Relentless is one of the best sets in the entire game to use your ores on. So if you're going to re-roll on a set, re-roll on a set that, one, you can't farm, it's super limited, and two, is incredibly powerful when the rolls are right. Right? Like there's almost no more powerful set in the game than Relentless when the substats and the main stats like all line up. When you get the right pieces in the set. If you could get 4 perfect pieces in any set in the game, this would be like a top 3 set to get a perfect piece in, or a perfect, collection of pieces. The other one being probably like Lethal. Is it Lethal or Fatal? I always forget which. Is it Lethal or Fatal? It's Fatal, right? No, it's Lethal. It is Lethal. Okay. So not Fatal, but Lethal being the other one. Probably the next one. And then maybe, I don't know. I don't even know what the third one would be. Those would be my two top ones. Maybe Speed. Or I guess now it would be like Supersonic and Merciless, right? So as far as chess pieces are concerned, if it's a flat stat like this and it doesn't have speed in it, then I don't even think it's worth keeping. This could be one that, again, like had you rolled at least a double roll somewhere with the chance for a triple roll, you could use an ore on it. But as it is, this piece is, I don't know that it's usable. It's a mix between too slow and not specialized enough. Like if it had triple rolled crit rate, okay. If it had triple rolled accuracy, okay, then maybe you could justify it. But as it is, this piece is, I don't even know that I would waste an ore on it because mythical ores are so rare. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think you need to get rid of this piece to just not be tempted to re-roll it. I honestly think that's your best bet. It's painful to do that, but I think that's honestly your best bet. You don't want to re-roll. I know I just got rid of a 6-star mythical piece, but that's just a temptation to like use an ore you shouldn't use. All right, you say, at this point, I'm getting my masteries in good shape and I have to grind for gear for several weeks. I'm even skipping the next fusion for this. So you're gonna be grinding gear. That's awesome. Savage is actually a really simple set to collect in. You always need crit rate, and you want crit damage, and generally you want speed. You almost never care about accuracy, and you almost never care about survivability. All those survivability stats are never entirely thrown away. So like this piece right here with attack percentage and HP percentage, this is a nice piece that you can just look at and say, oh, I don't even need that. That's silver. This piece, even though it doesn't have speed, it has crit rate. Okay, you roll this up, you double roll crit rate because your nukers don't have to be super fast. And you always have the option of putting one in a speed boot if you need to, or getting, speed substats on your banner or something. You can always find a little bit more speed if you need it. You could even go into the area bonuses and give speed if you need it. So a really good Savage set on a nuker can be so valuable and create so much more damage, and you have other ways of getting speed, increased turn meters, speed boosts. So the crit rate's more important than the speed. Speed is nice, but you need the damage, right? And damage always means crit rate in the Savage set, right? This is not a poisoner. This is not an HP burner. This is a direct damage dealer. So it always means crit rate. Again, you have those few champions that you could run at like 70%, or if you have a crit rate buff, you could do that. But then you would still need the piece to be very good, right? To hold on to. So like this piece is worth holding on to. This piece is not worth holding on to. This piece is not worth holding on to. This one's worth holding on to. Despite being a 5-star piece with slightly worse stats, like it's got a little bit of everything you could possibly need. The accuracy isn't likely to play, but it's at least worth it. And this could also be an off piece somewhere down the line. No. No. So, it's got to have crit rate. Got to have crit rate pretty much. Crit rate, okay. Nope. Nope. I'll leave the speed for right now. That one's better. That one's better on speed. We can get rid of this one. That one's better on speed as well. Nope. Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. Nope. Nope. Good. Maybe. If you could get that on somebody either with a crit damage gauntlet, sometimes, like you might not need all of the crit rate and it's got double roll and crit damage, so that's good. I'll keep the speed one for now. This is really unfortunate. We'll keep it for now. Maybe. It's okay. No. Attack percentage, same situation where it's like, just what we were talking about before with the, yeah, this one is a no. Sometimes you hold on to pieces like in this set because they're the only pieces you have of that. Like, this is the only HP percentage chestplate I have in the Savage set. It's completely unusable, right? It's like, it's completely unusable. Wouldn't even put this on an HP based nuker. And it's not even great as an off piece because it's like you'd want speed on that or accuracy or, yeah, resistance is okay. But again, if you're going for a resistance build, you're not doing it in the Savage set, even as an off piece, I don't think. That's a good piece. That's a very good piece. Great for a defensive based nuker. Marginal. Okay. Literally your only boots in the set, so I won't delete them. All right. Savage sets are hard to lose, Savage pieces are hard to lose, but in a lot of cases, the sets like Relentless and Savage that we know are so incredibly valuable, we hold on to a lot of bad pieces. I do it myself. So, Destroy is always, it's kind of like Savage. Like, you need crit rate or, really good damage stats. And you probably don't need that many sets. You're going to run like 3 Destroy sets on your entire account. So unless the pieces are really good, you don't even need to worry about holding on to them. They have to be like really good pieces. This one's a little bit unfortunate. All right, anything with crit rate. This is attack percentage, but no crit rate. Accuracy and destroy don't go together. Don't need accuracy, chest plate, and destroy ever, really. Same thing with the resistance. HP percentage and defense percentage and attack percentage can all play, but not accuracy or resistance. And again, you're talking about without crit rate as a substat. This is a damage dealing set. If you're going to destroy the max HP of something, like the number one fight for destroy is Scarab Boss, right? So here's the thing about Scarab Boss. Until you destroy 10% of the Scarab Boss's max HP, you don't get any damage increase. Like, if you destroy 8.5% of the boss's max HP, you don't get any increase, right? It happens at 10%. At 10%, there's a shift. And then at, 20%, I think there's a shift. And then at like 50%, there's a shift or something. Maybe it's 10, 25, 50, whatever it is. But until you destroy 10% of the boss's max HP, it doesn't increase the damage. Unless the champion who's hitting is hitting very hard, you will actually kill the boss before you get to the 10% destroy max HP with just one of these sets. You need somebody hitting super hard. I had my Royal Guard in a destroy set for a long time, and typically the boss would get down to 40% HP before the Royal Guard would actually activate the first damage increase. And my Royal Guard was built well in really good destroy, but he was the only one in destroy, and it just took so long. So it sped up my run by like 40 seconds on like a 7-minute run or something, or a 6-minute run. It was like not a huge speed increase. Now, if you're going to use it in other places, again, you want to do as much damage with the hits as possible. So you want to think about this as a nuking set, right? It is possible to like put a support champion in destroy and just get a little bit of extra destroy, into the Scarab boss. You can absolutely do that. You can do that. It might be worth it on somebody like Lenathril, I think, or there are a couple of champions who have like shields on their A1s, or they have a shield up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown, and they're gonna solo the boss, and you're like, all right, maybe I can get them in a destroy set because they've got some built-in sustain, and I've got them in immortal, and that's enough sustain with the shield, and I don't need a regen set. There might be 3 champions in the game who qualify for that. So, it's really, really rare. It's really, really rare to put anybody into this set except a nuker. So just, cleanse it like you would cleanse Savage, and you're probably pretty good. Stun set is really interesting. You can basically use almost any gear in the stun set. I will say that speed is paramount in the stun set, and you do want to consider accuracy as well. And you think, why do I want accuracy in a stun set? Accuracy doesn't affect the stun because it's just 18% and it can't be resisted. You often put support champions who have AoE A1s in stun, and they need accuracy sometimes. So think Sinesha, Sylar. Like Sylar needs to land her turn meter decrease. That's really important. You don't want to put her in a stun set if she doesn't have enough accuracy to land her turn meter decrease or her AoE slow. Like she needs those utilities before she needs the stun set in most cases, or you just need both. So a lot of times the primary stats that you want here are speed and accuracy, and then you could do a mix of damage and survivability. Sylar doesn't need damage, she needs survivability, but you might have a champion like, say, Soulbound Bowyer. You could put her in a stun set, and she's kind of a nuke champion. She's an attack-based damage dealer, so you might actually want her in like a crit damage glove with crit rate substats and all that stuff. So you can go damage in this set, and you can go support in this set, but you always go fast in this set. And the reason you always go fast is because you want to go before the enemy, and typically you want 2 turns. So if you're in wave content and you can get 2 turns to 1 turn, that's more opportunities to land the stun set. Another thing you can do with the stun set, by the way, which can be pretty cool, is you can mix it with a retaliation and put revenge accessories on, and you can get like, roughly a 30% chance to retaliate and then activate more stuns, which is great. So toxic. I'll say this about the toxic set: God tier. Like keep God tier pieces. Anything like 5-star, 5-star rares, for the most part, unless it's a perfect rare, right? It's like, unless it's speed and accuracy and it double rolls speed, or something like that. You don't need 5-star pieces in toxic, and you almost never need slow toxic, right? It's really, really rare to need slow toxic gear. So 5-star pieces, I generally chuck. I don't hold on to 5-star pieces unless I don't have a 6-star piece of the same thing. This is actually not bad. I'll hold on to that one, but that one can go. But fast, God tier pieces. Provoke, tanky pieces, right? Like you don't put this on damage dealers, you put this on tanks. So a lot of crit rate and crit damage I'm seeing, not a particularly good thing in Provoke. You could find a use, but like here you literally have 3 weapons with crit rate on them. So these are either going to become off pieces, or you're going to find 1 or 2 champions in raid who are attack based who really get value out of a Provoke set, and they might get value, or like damage dealers. They don't even have to be attack based. They could be just damage dealers of any type who get value out of a Provoke set. And then you don't need 3 copies. Right, so I would probably get rid of the slow one, the one that doesn't have speed on it. You probably don't need to keep the other 2 copies either, but for now, triple roll and accuracy is not bad. I could see that being useful. But yeah, I think you might be focusing on the wrong stats here in terms of the pieces you're keeping, or you're just getting unlucky with the pieces that are coming down the line. This is pretty good. Speed, HP, that's pretty good for provoke. Speed and resistance, that's pretty good for provoke. Crit rate, not likely. Crit damage, even probably even less likely. Like these pieces, this is, this would be nice in another set, but it's, this is a broken set piece. Defense for percentage chess, good. Accuracy, probably not. I'm trying to think of an accuracy provoke champ. Like, not that you don't need accuracy, but would you be willing to give away 50 or 60% defense or HP for the additional accuracy in a provoke set? I'm trying to think if like there's a Hydra champion that might work for. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. I would probably get rid of that piece. But for now, I'll leave it. All right, Retaliation. Retaliation is a great set. It's actually one of my new favorite sets. You can have Retaliation pieces for anybody. Just make sure that they roll so that you have an identity for them. So like this isn't particularly good, right? Because it rolls 2 into crit damage with speed and HP. Now, if the HP were crit rate, all of a sudden I'd be like, yeah, this is probably a decent piece. Here, yeah, this does not have an identity. Like we don't want pieces that have muddy identities. This is a muddy identity, so it's like we want a damage piece, we want a debuffer piece, we want a buffer piece. Any of those are good, right? We want a tank piece. Any of them are good, but we don't want a mixed piece. We don't want a piece that's like sort of in between. All of these are kind of muddy pieces. Defense percentage and attack percentage. Like, all right. Resistance HP, okay. Accuracy and crit. Crit damage with crit rate, speed, and attack percentage. Good. This is perfect. This is gorgeous. I wish we had rolled into crit rate instead of attack, but that's fine. That's fine. That's usable. HP with accuracy and speed. Great. I wish we had, not rolled into the crit damage, but this is usable. Attack with resistance and defense. That's a muddy piece. And when I say like muddy piece or identities, what I'm saying is like, think of the collection of substats and main stats that work for any given role. So if you have a nuker, an attack-based nuker, you want attack percent chess piece with crit rate, crit damage, and speed as your substats. That's an identity, right? That piece has an identity. Now think about a piece where it's like, okay, well, the attack percentage is for the damage dealer. Speed is always good on everybody, and then crit rate and crit damage work with the attack percentage. Now let's say you changed that piece, and instead of crit rate, you make it resistance. And you're like, well, speed and resistance work well together, but the attack percentage doesn't work well with speed and resist. Like it, like resistance is a different identity from the attack, crit rate, crit damage, and all that. So once you start muddying identities, the best thing you could hope for is like, let's say you had a piece like this, where you're like the accuracy and resistance are one identity, and the crit damage is a completely different identity, right? So this rolled poorly because even though it rolled twice into the crit damage, it rolled one into the resistance, which is like the most diametrically opposed idea. Like you would prefer to have accuracy with damage a lot of times because you have those utility nukers like Wukong and Herndeg and stuff like that. But resistance, you typically don't put resistance on a nuker. You're better off wasting no stats of resistance on a nuker because you bring a cleanser or you bring a block debuffs. Like a little bit of resist on a nuker, the little bit that you could spare is usually throwaway stats. I'd rather put that into attack percentage or speed or accuracy or crit damage or anything but resistance. So this is, a little bit muddy. Avenging, maybe the worst set in the game. There is a utility for it in Arena specifically. You can find some interesting things for it. So if you're going to do it in Arena, and then you have to have a champion in mind, and I don't know what champion you have in mind. So there are a few places where you could potentially find some creative ways to use Avenging. I sell all of it. I don't hold on to any of it. I have 0 Avenging pieces. Stalwarts, all defense. So the things that you want to check here are gloves, like crit rate. Gauntlets are really not likely to be played. Attack percentage is absolutely not going to be played. Chest piece could be resistance, accuracy, HP percentage, or defense percentage, but not attack percentage, probably. And if it is going to be attack percentage, you're going to need crit rate, right? So you can sometimes put a damage dealer in Stalwart in particular fights where you want that damage dealer who's normally squishy to survive, and you know there's going to be a lot of AoE damage. So maybe like in a clan boss situation, you could put like Fane, maybe. You could put Fane in Stalwart, or somebody like that who's relatively squishy and gets more damage out of debuffs anyway. Like there are some situations where you could put damage dealers in Stalwart, but it's really unlikely. And again, if it's true, you're going to want it to have the identity that it needs. And, you know, so you want to keep that in mind. And again, speed is sort of the universal multiplier. So there aren't a lot of really good slow builds in this game. Most of the builds that you need are fast. Reflex should always have speed. Reflex needs speed. You got two usable reflex pieces here. This one and this one. I don't think any of these are usable. If you're trying to get back around to a skill really fast, you need speed because you're trying to get as many chances as you can to get the extra cooldown, right? And the whole idea is that you want the extra cooldown because there's value in getting more skills out, which means speed is valuable and the cooldown reduction is valuable, and they synergize really well together. So to have reflex pieces that don't have speed on them, you're going to end up in a situation where you rarely, if ever, use them. You could build, you can build them for damage, you can build them tank, you can build them high accuracy. But I can't think of a situation where you would want cooldown reduction but not speed. I mean, the closest I can come to it is like when you have a relatively slow build on a clan boss speed tune, but you want one skill to come around more often. Like you have a slow nuker, but they have one like 100% ignore defense skill come around all the time, but they're only running at like 175 or something. Then maybe you could get away in 4 pieces of reflex without speed in it, maybe. But in that case, it's got to have crit rate. So like this, all right, so let's get rid of this piece. Doesn't have crit rate, doesn't have speed. Okay, so that's okay. That's gone. That's gone. That has crit rate. That has crit rate. That's gone. That has speed. That should be gone. Yeah. Again, it's a great set. You're not going to use it a lot of times. Maybe you have, 5 or 6 champions on your roster in reflex versus like 25 in or 40 in perception. So you can make the bar pretty high. You can set the bar pretty high on reflex, but also, again, have an identity. I sell 100% of curing pieces. I don't hold on to curing pieces at all. I don't even care if they're perfect offset pieces. I don't want to hold on to this set. Almost always you get more healing out of either increasing your HP, speeding up your champion, reducing your cooldowns with reflex, or getting extra turns with relentless. Any of those sets are generally better than curing. There are a very, very few champions in which curing is useful. Remember that for most champions, in most scenarios, overhealing is, lost. Now here it says bonus heal restores destroyed HP. So this has become an additional value here. So you can use this specifically to try to restore destroyed HP. So There is another reason. This is a buff. This wasn't always the case, but so I guess, I guess there might be a couple of champions that this could be usable on in a couple of scenarios now. But I generally hate this set. I just don't like it. Cruel is like Savage. You need crit rate. And again, it's a special set that we hate to get rid of. But generally, crit damage gauntlets without crit rate substats, tricky. HP gauntlets, yeah, maybe HP gauntlets on somebody like Cold Heart. But then you want speed and crit rate. You don't have either here. Flat HP, no. No, flat HP is gone. Yeah, unfortunately, almost no good pieces here. I mean, you could literally sell all but 2 of these pieces and that would probably be right, but we'll hold on to some just in case you can flesh out a set somewhere along the line and get that 5% ignore defense. Immortal, usually you can think, buffers, debuffers, healers, cleansers, so speed, accuracy, resistance, HP percentage, defense percentage. On very rare occasions would you go with like crit rate and crit damage, but you could. It's a fairly versatile set. It gives sustain to everybody. So there are some like damage dealers in specific scenarios, usually in like solo scenarios where you could want damage stats, but almost always speed if you do. And then obviously, so you need the crit rate. Like this is a really good piece. Triple speed roll, accuracy, and HP. That's a great piece. This should probably be on somebody on your on your roster somewhere. This is not bad. Not bad. So these pieces are actually decent. This one, unfortunately, is bad. And here's the other thing. Once you have 4 or 5 or 6 good pieces of a set rolled the right way, now you can get rid of stuff like this, which is like, maybe it's a little bit more painful to get rid of when you have only 1 or 2 pieces. Triple roll and a crit damage. You probably re-roll. I would probably re-roll this. This doesn't really have an identity, but it's got a triple roll. You know what I mean? So I would re-roll it and hope to get a triple roll in speed or accuracy or crit rate. And then it has more of an identity. Yeah, that one's not good, unfortunately. Let me double check. Yeah, I wouldn't use that on anybody, I don't think. It's unfortunate because it's 6 stars. I mean, it has an identity, though. I don't really see it, though. I'm trying to think of who I would ever put that on. I'll leave it, just in case. There are so many different ways to use immortal sets. It can be hard to cleanse immortal here. Attack percentage is one of the easy ones to cleanse. Those are normally, again, if you want damage, it's typically going to be crit rate or crit damage as a gauntlet. Very rare is going to be attack percentage. Attack percentage makes sense in like 2 scenarios. It's either a bomb champion or it's that situation we said before where you have like crit rate and crit damage and substats and you have attack percentage, you put it on attack-based damage dealer. It's a weird set for an attack-based damage dealer. It's not a lot of synergy here. Even the identity is confused. You double rolled into accuracy and a single roll into defense, which doesn't synergize with the attack percentage and crit rate. It's almost impossible to find a piece for like a champion for this piece. So that's going to go. Flat defense, no. Crit rate with a triple speed roll. It's a very nice. And HP and defense substats. That's a wonderful piece. This is a pretty solid piece, too. I know it's got to roll into flat attack, but that's a pretty solid piece. HP percentage will stay for now. This actually is a nice piece. Crit rate rolled into crit damage. Speed and accuracy with attack percentage. They all the stats have potential to synergize. That's actually a really nice piece. It's a weird piece. Bit of a weird piece. In a weird set for that piece, but not bad. Attack percentage gauntlets. Nope. That's rough too. And no crit rate on crit damage. HP percentage is beautiful. Accuracy is great. HP boots without speed. I don't know who you would put those on, and speed here. So this is again the thing. It's like where do we get away from, like, HP based percentage boots are typically HP based nukers, right? Who can go slow, but who do you want regenning and taking few turns, right? Because more turns means more regeneration. Yeah, the regen's a little bit bigger, but it's like the only thing I think of one scenario. I can think of one scenario, and that is a slow build UDK in arena who should have stone skin. And if they have stone skin, they don't need immortal, right? Because you need 6 pieces of stone skin anyway. You could get 3 of those pieces from accessories, and that would allow you to throw immortal on that champion. This is literally the only scenario I can think of, and it's not going to happen. So, I mean, the substat rolls rolled nicely, right? Accuracy and defense percentage. I think that piece should go, but I'm good for now. All right. Divine offense is like offense, except it's worse because you want to get rid of it less. You should want to get rid of this. Like, these should be perfect pieces if you're holding on to them. This is a good piece, this chest piece. This gauntlet's not great. This gauntlet's not good. I'd get rid of that piece. These are really marginal pieces. If you have no pieces in divine offense, you're probably fine. I think I have less than 10 pieces on my account at this point, and like 6 of those pieces are on champions, and then just 4 are sitting there waiting and probably never be used. Divine crit rate is actually a little bit better than divine offense. I like divine crit rate, but it should always have crit rate as a substat. You know, so this piece isn't particularly good. This one isn't particularly good. This one is very good. This one's okay. This one's not good. And this one's not good. You know, sometimes we just hold on to them because we don't have that many pieces in the set, and that's fine for now. But I'm going to sell. Yeah. I know it's a 6-star piece. I don't think that's really marginal. Defensive based nuker. You know what? I'll hold on to it. One of the things I got to remember about crit rate set, and I try to remind myself of this, is you don't always need crit rate on. I mean, I did say you want crit rate on everything, but you don't actually need it on every single piece because you get 12% crit rate per 2 pieces. So you basically have 6% crit rate per piece if you're using the sets. So that means a piece that doesn't have crit rate but is good otherwise could be saved. Could be saved because you don't necessarily need the crit rate. Divine Life I like to throw out as frequently as I can. Like, as frequently as they give me a reason to throw it out, I will. These are all marginal pieces, but usable. Except for this one. I think the 3 chest plates that work for Divine Life are HP percentage, defense, I guess 4, defense percentage and resistance, and I guess accuracy works too. But typically it's defense percentage, HP percentage first, defense percentage second, resistance third, and then accuracy would probably be 4th. Right? Because the idea of like a self shield is tankiness. You're talking about survivability here. It's not really a debuffer set. Right? It's not really that. Sometimes you can put this on in the early game, even on a damage dealer, just to give them, because you don't have something better. You know, so if you have good stats on the piece, so you can use them as like offset pieces. or not offset pieces, but like as an offset in something else. You could do like Lifesteal with Divine Life, or you could do like Savage with Divine Life. It's like if you get the stats from the pieces. I guess I'll leave it. I won't. It's like it's a nice piece in another set. Maybe you'll use it as an offset piece someday. I don't know. I'll leave that for now. Divine Speed, everything should have speed. Just like in Speed, everything should have speed. And this is not like Divine Crit Rate where you're like, it's okay if it doesn't have speed. It really should. It should absolutely have speed. I threw out everything that doesn't have a speed roll, which in this case be everything but your boot and your shield. So I would probably throw out the other 4, but because you only have a few pieces, we'll hold on to them. Okay. Resilience is another set that as time passes, you can just be really brutal with the judgment here. You can set the bar really, really high because you get thousands of resilience pieces. You get more high quality resilience pieces and perception pieces than any other sets in the game because of the forged materials. Typically, perception piece can be for any role, but you'll always want at least speed or accuracy, you know, or perfect substats and stat mixes for whatever other role you're doing. So this is a good piece. See, this doesn't have an identity that makes sense here, so we'll get rid of that. That has accuracy, speed, and crit rate. That's great. Get rid of this. That's okay. Has accuracy and crit rate. Speed and accuracy. This we'll get rid of. Crit rate and accuracy. Speed, double roll and a crit damage here. That's a pretty tough piece. Okay. 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 Nope. It's weird because it's like, is crit rate and crit damage enough? You know, like, are they enough? Is just one enough? It's like this with attack, flat attack. I don't think so. And this piece should go because you get so many of these pieces, you're going to get really good pieces. So unless it has at least 2 good substats that match in terms of identity, like if I look at this piece, defense, HP, and resistance all synergize. It's a 5-star piece. It doesn't have speed. It doesn't have accuracy, but it synergizes with champions who need speed and accuracy, right? Because it's like, obviously the set does, but then also most champions who need accuracy, you want relatively tanky. Not all of them, but a lot of them, a lot of debuffers, you want them relatively tanky. You may even want resistance on them. So that's a pretty good piece, even though it doesn't have speed or accuracy. You know, whereas this is a little bit trickier. Like this one has speed, it has crit damage without crit rate. It doesn't synergize with the set as well, although it can. You know, so it's like this synergizes with the set and amongst itself. This doesn't synergize as well with itself or with the set, but it has speed. And so as a result, we'll hold on to that for now. This is perfect synergy. That's what you want. I can get rid of that piece. That piece. That piece. Keep that. Defense and resistance is like a hard combo to throw out sometimes, but you know, you don't want too much of it either. You don't want to get trapped into those pieces. You can have any gauntlets here, but they just need to have an identity. They just need to make sense. That's a nice glove. You already have this. I don't think you want a lot of attack percentage gauntlets here. Chest pieces can be anything, even flat stats. Like you could have flat attack and have it worthwhile if the substats are right. Same thing with boots. Yeah. All right. All right, so from here on out, you get all the special sets. Now, the special sets really come down to I don't like doing cleanses for special sets too much. Like I didn't want to kill too many relentless pieces or provoke pieces or, your immortal pieces or stuff like that. And there's a reason. It's because you don't know what you're going to get in the future. And you may have a piece that you need to fill out a 4-piece set or a 6-piece set or a 9-piece set. So I'll let you go through these, but the best advice I can always give you about gear cleanse is always the same. Try to envision a champion you can use it on. It doesn't have to be a champion you own. It just has to be a champion that gets played in the game. Okay. Try to envision a champion that the piece can be used on. And if you can clearly envision a use for the piece, then the second judgment is how many versions of this piece do I currently own? So let's say here, you're looking at, you got 12, 14, you got 14 5-star rare shields. They're all in the Rathalos set. And you're like, okay, so Rathalos set is a great set, but can I envision a champion for this particular piece? Maybe it helps to roll it up to see if that vision is going to be fulfilled. If I double roll into crit rate, yes. Or if I double roll into resistance, yes. But if I roll one in each, maybe not. I don't know. Or maybe the double resistance doesn't work, but the double crit rate does. So envision it. And then if you have to roll to see that vision unfold a little bit, don't hesitate to throw something out that rolls the wrong way. And then likewise, look at how many of them you have. So let's say we're looking specifically for crit rate. Here you have crit rate. Here you have crit rate. Let's say this rolls into crit rate once and this rolls into crit rate twice. You're like, okay, so now I've got a third one that has crit rate. This one has crit rate. This one, it's like, how many do I need to hold on to with one roll in crit rate? Not that many, So it's like, this got accuracy and crit rate. This got accuracy and crit rate. This starts with 5 and 9. This starts with 5 and 10. This one starts with 8 and 4, which is a lot worse than the 5 and 9 and the 5 and 10. And it's the same stars. So even if this rolls, I'm going to keep these other 2 pieces. And unless this double rolls into crit rate and hits like 6% each time, I'm not likely to hold on to this, right? It's just not like these are going to be better. And in fact, the best thing you can do right now is just roll them up. So it's like, I'm just going to skip 4. I'm just going to roll right to 8. All right, 1 and 1, we ended up at 9 and 19. Right, so now we go and we say, let's do the same thing with these other 2. So we'll do this one next. $15 and 9. That's better. Like, that's a better identity, right? And then there's a third one here. Let's roll it. And this is also a better identity. So now, if you need accuracy, you have the accuracy shield. If you need crit rate, you have the crit rate shield. Where does this one go? Right? This is 3 rolls for 30. This is 2 rolls for 19. This is 2 rolls for 9. This is 1 roll for 5 and 3 rolls for 15. Like, this got shorted all across the board. Not that it's not a usable piece. Not that you couldn't find somebody to cram this onto. All I'm saying is that as you're going through, you want to think, how many copies of this, piece do I need in this identity? So, again, I'm not going to cleanse any of these pieces. I'm just saying that's what you want to think about when you're looking at the special sets. Can you envision a champion, and then how many of, for a particular piece, and then how many of that kind of piece do you have? All right, so I think we got rid of, I don't know how many pieces we got rid of. Let's see. Well, we might have gotten rid of 100 pieces, 150 pieces, something like that. Sorry, I lost my, yeah. Okay, so there's the gear cleanse. That's the gear cleanse. Every couple of weeks we get one, and I feel like I'm always irritated. I feel like I'm not irritated at anybody who asks for a gear cleanse. If you need a gear cleanse and you get a takeover, absolutely feel free to ask for a gear cleanse. I am not irritated. I am also not irritated with any decisions you've made in terms of keeping the gear that you've kept or rolling the gear that you've rolled. I just find the process of gear collection in this game to be stressful. And cleansing gear. Like, I think of myself. If I sound irritated, it's because I've made all of the bad decisions. I've had all of the struggles, and it never stops. I have to do it right now. I have 350 pieces in my mailbox right now and a full inventory of gear, and I have to do a gear cleanse. And so if I sound irritated at all, it is not at anybody except myself and maybe Plarium a little bit. So that's all it is. That is all it is. Okay, so Dinky, I hope that was helpful. Gonna do a little bit of, yeah, hopefully you can take that with you. You know, I mean, everybody needs to develop their own system. I'm sure, I haven't watched the comments, but I'm sure that there were people in the comments who were like, you shouldn't get rid of that piece, or that piece is totally usable. That happens to everybody. Okay. The thing I said at the top of the gear cleansing, which I think is really important, is as soon as a gear is gone, the only remnant of it in your life is the silver that you have. Like, you will never, you know, be up at night dreaming of gear that you accidentally deleted. Like, it doesn't happen, right? When you get rid of gear, it's nothing but a relief. It's nothing but a relief. So, you know, feel free to be a little bit brutal. Feel free to just, like, you know, again, there's always a system, and the best system I found is envisioning a champion that you can put it on, even if it's a champion that you don't use, and then just counting up how many of those you would fit. Like, I can envision using this on 3 champions. Why do I have 7 copies of it? I don't need. Let me keep the 3 best copies because I only own one of the champions anyway. So it's that kind of scenario. And then the other thing is, once you bring a piece into your inventory, now it's got a chance to trap you. Now you roll it and it rolls well, but it's in a bad set or it doesn't fit. Like, you know, think about the identity. It's like it's an identity that works as a collection of stats, but not a set. So if you're really brutal when you're getting gear, if you're just really brutal and you're like, I only keep 5-star epic pieces or legendary pieces that are perfect, or I keep 6-star, you know, rare pieces or better that are perfect, or 6-star like legendary pieces that are very good. Like, and I just have that definition in my head for where I am in the game on the account. Now, the different places of progression will, that roster of qualifying pieces, that like whatever the characteristics you think a good piece is, that will be different. The sets will be different, the stars will be different, the, you know, the substats will be different, whatever it is, based on where you are and what you need and all that thing, you know, all that stuff. But still keep it in mind. Whatever it is, keep it in mind. And when you get a piece of gear, if it doesn't match that idea, just kill it. Just kill it before it gets into your inventory. It's better to have the silver and not have the headache. You know, it's really, really rare that you would ever delete a piece and then, you know, it would eat at you that you deleted a piece. It almost never happened. It eats at you before you delete it. You're looking at it on the screen and you're agonizing over it. You're like, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. And then you click delete and you're like, oh, that's thank God it's gone. You know, it's like that decision's over with. So it's kind of like, you know, the procrastination of, I don't know, doing something that you know will be like going to the doctor. It's like going to the doctor. You know you should. You know, you got to have your yearly checkup. You'll probably feel better after you go to the doctor. And as soon as you go to the doctor and you get your checkup and you come home, you're like, that wasn't so bad, you know, but it's like, but actually you're like, you keep putting it off. Like, no, you know, your wife bothers you. You're like, no, sweetie, I'm so busy. I can't go to the doctor right now. It's like, you know, oh, you got to go get your, you know, cholesterol checked or something. And then you do, and it's over with. And then you don't think about it for a year, you know, and it's like, that's how gear cleanses work. It's like, it sucks to do them. And then as soon as they're done, you're glad you did. So one more thing. Should I go for Amius this rotation on normal? Absolutely. Absolutely, if you can. How many keys do you have? You have none of the 3 keys. Oh, this is hard. On normal, you have the 3 keys. I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the champion. Right? I do not know this fight. I don't have this fight memorized yet. But I'm pretty sure you need a heal reduction. So, the question becomes, can you either do it without, in which case I don't know, I'll have to look at the fight again, or can you level somebody who's effective at it? Now, Ulgruckus is not a bad champion. Leech on the A1, decrease speed. It's only single target, but decrease turn meter, and then decrease attack and heal reduction with speed in dungeons 24%. He's an okay epic. He's in the Ogren tribe faction. You could probably find use for him in Centranos, so he's an option. I've never liked Corpse Collector, but she's probably not as bad as I think she is, right? Like, she's got a chance of placing a leech in A1. It books up to 50% chance. It's not bad. AoE heal reduction and decrease accuracy on all enemies for 2 turns. And it is a 100% chance. And then a triple hitter on the A3 with a 100% chance of placing a poison debuff for 2 turns. Places a veil buff on this champion for 1 turn. She's actually not awful. She's not bad. I don't know how are her stats. I don't know. We'd have to. Looks like her HP may be okay. And then we got Missionary, who's not great. Panthera. Panthera's kind of a Fire Knight specialist. And I don't think I've ever built the heads. So maybe Corpse Collector or Old Gruckus, and then that might be enough. I mean, you've got a pretty solid roster here, that I'm sure you could find a combo that works. The question may be the gear, and then obviously you have to manual the fight, and so you just have to remember the fight, and like learn the fight and get good at the fight. I've done the fight like 3 times now, and every time I get confused. But I know that I'm moving towards like better understanding, because I actually cleared it the first time I tried it on normal. So you have to watch out for things like Cycle of Magic. That is something that you do have to watch for. So I don't know if you have anybody in Cycle of Magic. So like here, you have Wukong in Cycle of Magic. So Cycle of Magic can throw things off because it like gives the boss an extra turn or something anytime you get a cooldown reduction on your abilities. So you do have to watch your masteries, you have to watch your gear sets, you have to learn the fight, you have to manual the fight, and then you have to have the champions that qualify for the fight to make it worthwhile. So it's all of those things. I do think the rewards are worth it. I think it's fun to have new endgame content, and I think building the champions for Amius every month, like that, one of the things about this, when you think about Centranos, is that you have to get 3 keys to get to the boss, but there are multiple pathways to each key. So it's actually easier to get the 3 keys in terms of like the requirements. Like you don't always have to clear a specific thing to get to the key. You do have to clear the specific boss with the specific requirements. But the requirements for the boss fight are actually harder than the requirements to get to the boss fight in some ways, right? So like if you build champions for this boss fight, not only will you have a repeat solution 3 cycles from now, 3 months from now, but every champion you build for the boss will also provide potentially multiple solutions in Centranos itself over all 3 rotations. So it's kind of like by focusing on the Amius fight, you will build champions that will help you in more places than the Amius fight, where the reverse is not true. Like you can build a champion to solve a particular node in Centranos that will never help you in Amius. You know what I mean? But any champion you build for Amius is likely to help you solve a particular node somewhere in Centranos. So if you can build champions to beat this guy, then yeah, do it. Absolutely. Every month, do it. Yeah, I would look up a guide for Corpse Collector. I have never built her on any account, I don't think past 40 or 50. I might have one level 50 Corpse Collector somewhere. But it was a long time ago. But look up a guide, see if somebody thinks that she's good for Amius. Maybe somebody will have built something for her. Okay. So that is it for this takeover. Dinky, thank you so much. Neo, thank you. I am actually still a little bit recovering. We've also launched a new channel. There's a lot going on, so I'm not going to do a third takeover today. I'm sorry. Normally I would go until like 6:30, which is like an hour from now. But I'm trying to be a better manager of my time so I can cover more ground. So a quick reminder, I did launch a second channel. Sudden and I are over there. It's called Cole Red Plays. This one is called Cole Red Plays Raid Shadow Legends. That's just Cole Red Plays. No game attached. We're just going to be playing a variety of games over there. We have started with Pal World. So if you are interested in Pal World, if you like the game, if you like hanging out with us, come check out our live streams over there. We'll also be producing videos starting this week. Same kind of stuff we do here, maybe a little bit of more variety. So, there might be some like storytelling, or there might be some funny stuff as well, in addition to the game guides and the introductions and the walkthroughs and the champion reviews and all that stuff that we do here. Champion reviews in Pal World doesn't make sense, but we'll do Pal reviews, But so we do the same stuff over there that we'll do here, plus some extra stuff. And like I said, I like to play a lot of different games, so it's cool to have a second channel to actually just cover some of that content on. So yeah, if you want, go check that out. I think the link to it should be in not the description of this video, but it'll be on the main page of the YouTube site. Let me actually go check. It should just be there in the links. Let me see. So you can go over there, subscribe to that channel, get notifications when we put up content. And then where is You know what? It's not up. I'll have to put it up. I don't know why it's not up. It should be up. But I'll put it up on the main site. So I did an announcement on Sunday, I think. So you can go and watch the video. It's called Big News. It's like a 3-minute video, and the link is in the description of that video for sure. And we'll probably be over there on Thursday and then maybe again on Sunday. So the Tuesday takeover Tuesdays, they're not going anywhere. I'll be here every single Tuesday, and I will probably have at least one other stream on the Raid Shadow Legends channel every week. So we're talking about 2 streams here, and then probably 2 streams over there as well. We may split up some of them. So like, for instance, Thursdays, maybe one Thursday there, one Thursday here, or Sundays, maybe one Sunday there, one Sunday here. But Tuesdays will always be here at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So if I don't see you here before then, I will see you next week on Tuesday or Takeover Tuesday. But that is it for now. All right, son, you want to say goodbye to the nice people? Ooh, you're all choppy. You're a robot, son.
Uh-oh. Free me. Free me from my prison.
The game is very good. It's a lot of fun over there. If you haven't checked out Pal World, go watch our live stream from this past Sunday, just a couple of days ago. It was a lot of fun. So, all right, y'all have a great week, and yeah, we'll see you around. We'll see you soon. Thanks so much.